I called this meeting to order at 7:12 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Is Vice Chair Sandlin?
Vice Chair Lazo. Absent. Senator Herrera.
Present.
Senator Traynor.
Present.
Senator Nava-Cruzat. Chair Kana. D-Leg Morissette. Chair Temple.
Present.
Chair Vaughan.
Present.
Vice Chair Karingal.
Present.
Chair Daedalus. Chair DeCara.
Present.
Chair Butler.
Present.
Chair Campbell. Senator Lazier. Vice Chair Fintel.
Present.
Sandlin, were the new senators added to the attendance?
They have not been. No. 1 second. Hold on. They have not been added. That is gonna stall some things.
I so much hurry. I'm just kidding. This is your last one.
They were added to the last meeting's roll. Is it okay if I read off of that? They were added to the last meeting's roll. Is it okay if I read off of that?
Sure. Are you talking about the new people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Lazo, Herrera, Traynor, Nava-Cruzat, Kana, Morissette, Temple, Vaughan, Senator Polera,
Present.
Vice Chair Karingal,
Present.
Chair Daedalus, Chair DeCara,
Present.
Chair Butler,
Present.
Chair Campbell. I'll mark her present. Senator Conti,
Present.
Senator Lazier, absent. Vice Chair Fintel,
Present.
Chair Hamid,
Present.
Senator Rose, Senator Whitson, Senator Yara, sheesh. Senator Quiroga,
Present.
Chair Carter,
Present.
Senator Brown,
Present.
Chair Samello,
Present.
Senator Hamayan,
Present.
Senator Nadella,
Present.
Chair Patel,
Here.
Chair Yelman Chili, Senator Luthra, Senator Acosta,
Present.
Chair Borges,
Here.
Senator Duke, absent. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we hear. Senator Disqua,
Present.
Senator Hashmi.
Present.
Okay. Missing Duke. 1 second. Speaker Holmes is absent. Senator Donahue,
Present.
Senator Lacasse. Oh, sorry. Senator Costas here. Senator Lacasse.
Present.
Where was I? Vice Chair Polera.
Present.
Senator Federico.
Present.
ILA Pullman.
Present.
ELA Richmond.
Present.
I'm here. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Present.
Kairos Rivera. Absent. Pro Temp DeMarla.
Here.
And Tisser Matal.
Present.
All right. With a count of 38 out of 45, quorum is verified.
Thank you. So look at last meeting's minutes. Are there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Vice Chair Kringle.
Move to approve last meeting minutes.
There's a motion to approve last meeting minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Chair Temple?
I move to approve tonight's agenda. And also, was Chair Daedalus called present and voting?
I believe she was. There's a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, open forum. Is there anyone that wants to speak at open forum? Seeing none. Announcements from the student body president, Brandon Greenaway, which is Jeremy Kane for today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Starting this week, you can stop at the UCF card services for a pronoun sticker that you can put on your UCF ID. Thank you, Coordinator Cherigo and card services for your hard work on this initiative. This week, Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator Cherigo and I had a meeting with Karen Hoffman from CAPS to discuss student government partnership. We'll be working with them to help advertise the resources that they offer for students. Shout out to GAC Martin and GAP Chair Temple for presenting at the UPCC meeting this week on the Election Day absence policy. We received important feedback from faculty as we continue to work on this initiative. Thank you to all who attended Nights in the Know, Unite, the Night Transfer event, Rosen Spook Fest, and Sustainability Fair this week, and for help making those events a success. Appointments, Aquila DeMarla, College of Medicine, Seat 2.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Costas.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if you can elaborate on the updates or the discussion with student government and CAPS.
I personally can't answer that question. I don't have any further information. Sorry.
Senator Lacasse.
I'm gonna guess it's probably also a similar situation here, but did you hear anything from like Brandon or card services about like if there's a move towards like including pronouns like on IDs to begin with rather than only having a sticker like for the future?
I know that this is what we've been working on right now, taking a step towards that direction, but I'm not sure on any additional updates regarding a further move.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, announcements from the student body. Oh, thank you. Announcements from the student body vice president, none. Announcements from Comptroller Jeremy Kane.
So not much for me this week. This week earlier, we met with ANSF leadership to discuss communication to the student body. As many of you know, last year, there was a definite lack of communication and a lot of misinformation going around ANSF budget hearings and the process and where the money was going. So that's something we're working to tackle early in the year now. And we talked about communications initiatives to make that happen. We're currently working with the comms team from the executive branch to put out an infographic on our Instagram and other social media platforms that can clarify a lot of questions that students might have. On top of that, I'm working on getting our first finance office meeting done as soon as possible. It was initially scheduled for next upcoming Wednesday, but due to some conflicts, we're probably going to be pushing it to the next Wednesday after that, which I believe would be on the 1st. Other than that, the CRT balance is $383,433 with 1.98% reversions. The FAO balance is $192,264.62 with 0.01% reversions. That's it from me.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Attorney General's report.
This is Attorney General report. Hello, Senate. My apologies for not being here. I'm still feeling under the weather. I strongly advise you all to vote in favor of Internal Bill 5501. If any of you have any questions regarding legislation that you are writing or would like some collaboration on, I'd be happy to work with you. And shout out to Jeremy for giving all the reports.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Cabinet Forum, none. Thank you. Announcements from the Chief Justice, which is Rivera for today.
Good evening, Senate. Just a couple announcements from judicial. Leadership had a really good meeting with the UF Supreme Court, where we learned a lot about our differences and looking forward to our future partnership with them. This week also, our precedent committee finally hosted Dr. Lopez and Dr. Riera from Modern Languages, and that went great. We're looking forward to a long-term partnership with the Modern Languages Department and being more accessible to Spanish-speaking students with our forms. I'd also like to give a really big thank you to Chair Temple for letting us use the conference room for that initiative during gap scheduled time. We really appreciated that. Also, Candy with the council was a big success. We reached over 150 students in less than 2 hours and ran out of candy quite early. And really big shout out to the SGLCers who came out to table with us. We really appreciate you guys too. Also, while I'm up here, I guess I can just say that for Senate leadership who has received mentors or mentees from SGLC, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please reach out to me. And then if they don't reach out by tomorrow, end of day, just let me know so I can nudge them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections. None. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, Ryan McClellan.
Good evening, Senate. I hope you all have been having a good week so far. Since the last time I spoke with you, we had our official committee meeting where we recapped everything from that previous Wednesday that was told to us for the committee members that were not there. And we went over the infographics mentioned earlier by Comptroller Kane, which have since been submitted to the comms team. So we should be seeing those out in the coming weeks. I've also personally had various meetings in the meantime as well with various members of administration regarding deferred maintenance for the union and the Rec and Wellness Center, as well as figuring out some things with ADSB. I attended ADSB this past Tuesday, and if you look on the agenda, you may have noticed Internal Bill 5504. That is something that I drafted for the express purpose of adding the budget chair position as a member of ADSB, since I spoke with Vice President Smith and we agreed that it makes sense to have the budget chair on there. The ADSB board is where all of the agencies and departments funded by ANSF dollars meet once a month. So having the budget chair, I sat on it and was able to share information as well as learn a lot of good information. So going forward, hopefully I can be a little bit more active in the budget chair. In future years, can be a little bit more active in communication through that avenue as well. And as always, if anybody or anyone you know ever has any questions concerning the budget or anything, I suppose, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Announcements from Senate President Holmes. Since she's not here, I'll just read them. Hello, everyone. I'm currently in Texas telling all the Big 12 student governments how much better and awesome we are. Thank you to those who came to retreat. Pro Tem DeMarla and I were so pleased to see how you showcased your leadership and created legislation. ELA Richmond will be getting into contact with the colleges who haven't submitted the legislation yet, so please wrap it up. I will be meeting with Dr. Dosel in the coming weeks to present COBA's advising legislation, if passed, and how we can better the college's virtual advising options. Thank you to COBA for your engagement and the hard work. Please make sure you're in contact with your constituents and seeing what their colleges need. Shout out to Allison for an amazing legislative day. The SGLCers rock. Are there any questions? I'll try my best to answer them. Seeing none, internal legislative assistant, Allison Pullman.
Hi, everyone. So for this week's SGLC meeting, we had Legislative Day in which the SGLCers were able to ask members of Senate questions, learn more about the positions, and kind of indulge themselves into this branch. So thank you to everyone who was able to make it, and I'm super happy with how it went, received good feedback, so thank you guys for that. And then this weekend, the SGLCers are going to participate in their own little bonding retreat, which is called Color Wars, and it's basically like the SGLCers in the back get a sneak peek. It's going to be like elementary school field day for them. It's going to be so much fun. And it's like a great bonding experience for them. So that's going to be this weekend. So thank you to all the SGLCers in the back right now. Thank you to everyone who came to the meeting on Wednesday. It went great. And that's it from me.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Sorry, guys, I forgot we don't always clap for all of them. External legislative assistant report, Richmond.
Please send me your college legislation. We will also be seeing Resolution 5506, which is just something I made to establish a dean meeting excuse policy. We'll get into that later, though. And then deans will start coming to speak at open forum in November, which will be the next coming meeting. So get excited, have some engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for ELA Richmond? Chair Warren.
Would you like the legislation be done by Friday, or is that not, you're not too strict on that?
I would like it at least sent to me by Friday, but probably done by Wednesday, realistically.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Announcements from Senate President Pro Tempore, me. Hello, I hope everyone is doing well. Senate held amazing events this week, from SBA to LGBTQ plus Caucus to Elise and Kylie for fiscal knowledge. I'm so proud of the outreach that we are achieving. If you ever have any event ideas, let me know so we can discuss it and I can find out how I can support you. Retreat also went amazing. Just to reiterate what Sierra said, we held presentations on the committees and caucuses about their initiatives and missions. And I learned a lot. So we also talked about Senate procedure and legislation, and then we ended Sunday with working on the legislation so we could be seeing them soon. And then also, if you weren't able to make it or you did make it but want copies of them, I'll be sending them out hopefully by the end of the week once I compile everything. Additionally, I've been working on a lot of legislation with AJ Moore and looking over all the titles just to make sure that everything is like perfect for this session going forward. And this may be a long meeting, so please only speak pertinent announcements. Save the Senate facts for Senate Forum. I apologize, guys, but it's going to be long, I think. And then Senate Exec had an amazing meeting today where we discussed how we can promote more collaboration. And I learned a lot, so thank you, Senate leadership. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs, none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations, Matal.
Hey everyone. So the Pro Temp's office is working on revised email, which will, I guess, be like sent out to everyone when the CRT bill, like the CRT cap bill, is signed. So just waiting on that. Also, volleyball starting soon, like I mentioned before, and shout out to the people on the SG flag football team because we have our first game of playoffs this coming Monday at 8. If anybody wants to come out and support, that would be greatly appreciated. We're playing a pretty tough opponent.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, caucus reports. APIA Caucus, Patel.
So this week we're working on writing a proclamation that will be most likely seen at our next meeting. Yeah.
Are there any questions? Senator Lacasse.
What is the proclamation covering?
It's going to be addressing the conflict in the Middle East right now between Israel and Palestine. I don't want to go into specifics until we actually see it on the floor. So, yeah.
Are there any other questions? So something I just want to add is, if you have anything you want to discuss with Chair Patel regarding the resolution, feel free to, talk about it behind the scenes. You can collaborate outside of the Senate floor on proclamation. So I just wanted to point that out as well. Black Caucus report, Chair Daedalus.
Hello, everyone. I hope you guys have been taking care of yourself, and I hope you guys had a good day. Let me speak up. I hope you guys been taking care of yourself, and I hope you guys had a good day. Yeah, and if you didn't have a good day, I hope I put a smile on your face, rather. Please continue taking care of yourself. Drink at least 8 cups of water a day, and eat at least 2 nutritious meals a day. We will be meeting next week, Caucus, just a little bit later because I know it's homecoming week and I don't want to do too much because I equally don't want to do too much. But we will be meeting next week, so just look out for the time. So just look out for the time. I also forgot to say that I got a lot of yeses for the initiatives that we have, so we could definitely get the ball rolling for all of that, thankfully. And enjoy your homecoming next week, everyone.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Disability Caucus Chair Campbell. Okay, no one from Disability Caucus is here. So I'll just say it. Hey there, everyone. Sorry I can't be here to give this announcement. Off at a school event, so I'll be a bit late tonight. This week was just going over some updates with Disability Commons and the peer advocacy initiatives. Hopefully, I'll have more info next week for y'all. Any questions? Seeing none, Latin Hispanic Chair DeCara.
We have a proclamation tonight for y'all recognizing Dia de los Muertos. We had a meeting on Tuesday. We updated our page on our website, a few things for the FAQs and just time stuff. I've been in contact with OSI, MSC, and HSI. MSC is actually joining our meeting next week, both their student director and the assistant student director. OSI is at a conference this past week, but they asked if we could have a meeting the following week regarding the spring events coming up and how we can collaborate better. HSI hasn't gone back, but she'd be busy, so I respect that. But the big goal we've been working on to see is this is something that started way before when I first got as chair with HSI, was actually being able to sit on an advisory board for one of the $3 million grants that HSI has been given from the Department of Education.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, LGBTQ plus Caucus Chair Carter. Oh, sorry.
President voting.
So noted at 7:35 p.m. Is there anyone else I missed? Oh, sorry, Senator Rose. Is there anyone else I missed? Okay, perfect. LGBTQ plus Caucus Chair Carter.
Hey everyone, we had our event tonight. It was really fun and students seemed to find it helpful. Thank you to everybody who stopped by. And turns our next meeting, we'll be meeting the Friday after next one, so November 3rd at 12 p.m. And then some orgs that came out were the Center, CAPS, YDSA Career Social Caucus, the Wellness and Health Promotion Services, and a student researcher, Mike Reisner, came out to the event as well. A lot of the organizations and departments were pretty excited to come out and were open to attending more student government events.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Women's Caucus Chair Vaughan.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you to all the SGLCers for coming and being so active during our meeting, and also like to send out a consistent reminder that Women's Health Fair is on November 1st from 11 to 2 p.m. Please come out, or maybe mention to your mentees if they like to come. I'd also like to thank my committee members for being so helpful and supportive and helping me learn how to be a good chair. Thank you all.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Military and Veteran Caucus Chair Collazo.
Good evening, everyone. So no meeting last week, bi-weekly, but we are meeting tomorrow at 4 p.m. right where everyone's sitting. So please come out if you have anything for us. We are having the director of the Military and Veteran Success Center come out and work with us on how we can further build a better military student community.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Unfinished business, none. Fiscal committee caucus time, FAO 20 minutes, CRT 10 minutes. FAO will be in the charge-on chamber and CRT will be in the conference room. I caucus at 7:37 p.m. Recess. Thank you guys. Till 20 minutes, so till 7:57 p.m. Thank you.
Loud. Okay, I call this meeting to order at 7:39 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum by Vice Chair Carter.
With 8 out of 9, quorum is verified.
Perfect. Is there a motion to approve today's agenda? Are there any objections? Moved by general consent. Open forum. Anyone wishing to speak in open forum? None. Announcements from the chair. I definitely wrote that in the wrong spot, but we have a few time-sensitive allocations to see today and another KXR bill. Vice Chair Carter ate today at the LGBT event. I went there and I got a bunch of goodies, so it was very nice. Are there any questions for me? If not, announcements from the Vice Chair? None. Announcements from committee members? Are there any announcements from committee members? None. Announcements from non-committee members? Are there any announcements from non-committee members? None. Old business, none. New business. Okay, 5548. Is the Muslim Student Association here today? Is there a motion to table 5545 just in case she comes in? Yes.
It's 45 or 48? Because you said 55,
45.
Okay.
My bad. I said the wrong one.
Yeah. So,
Are there any objections? If not, it's tabled by general consent. 5546. Is the Pakistani Student Association here? Perfect. You can come to the table if you would like. Okay. Is there a motion from the committee for speeches, questioning, and debate? Senator Quiroga?
5-minute question, 5-minute speech. But 5-minute speech, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate.
5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? If not, hello. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to explain this event and basically what your RSO does.
That's it.
Okay. Hi, I'm Aliza Shah. I'm the treasurer for the Pakistani Student Association, and our organization, we strive to put out events relating to the Pakistani culture and just get people to know about us, and we want to invite like all the people to come to our events. So we're having one of our biggest events of the semester next month, November 16th. It's called Rangin Raat, and it's to showcase basically like the different parts of the country Pakistan and like a bunch of fashion and like what we wear there. We're gonna be having a fashion show and a bunch of different dances and performances. We're gonna have like singers, stuff like that.
Perfect. Moving to questioning. Before we ask a question, I just want to make sure that are you the same person that I was contacting?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you already know we don't fund the knives
Yeah.
and forks.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna remove that. And then are there any questions for this RSO? Senator Rose?
Does your RSO have 2 financially trained officers?
Yes, we do.
And do you understand the post-funding process?
I think so, yeah.
Any other questions for this RSO? Senator Quiroga?
I don't know if you said it, but what day is this event on?
This is November 16th.
Okay. And then one more question.
Yes.
Just in case, do you want the post-funding process explained, or you think you have a good grasp?
Yeah, you can explain it, sure.
Can you explain it? Senator Rose?
Yeah, so if you're approved in this meeting, then you'll be contacted within 1 to 2 weeks by the accountants, and then you can just work with them from there on.
Any other questions for this RSO? Or a motion? Senator Quiroga? There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Akila?
I'll be voting in favor. I mean, everything looks good. We also, made sure that we took the stuff we couldn't fund out. They're comfortable with the post-funding process, so I see no reason to deny them.
Senator Quiroga?
Yeah, same thing as Kila. Everything looks good. I see this as a great opportunity, an event to learn more about the Pakistani culture and, have fun. So I'll be voting in favor.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in debate or a motion? Senator Quiroga?
Motion to move to voting.
There's been a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? If not, we are now in voting procedures. Please raise your hand if you're for this allocation. Please raise your hand if you're against this allocation. Please raise your hand if you're abstaining. With a vote count of 7 to 0 to 1, this allocation is approved. Congratulations for 673 and 44 cents.
Thank you.
Yay!
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
You're free to
Thank you.
go.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in today. Yeah. Do I have to go through everything and then go back? Or can I just go back?
Because we tabled.
I just tabled it.
You can just motion to take something off.
Is there a motion to take 5545 off the table? Perfect. Is the Muslim Student Association here? Perfect. You can come sit up at the front. So whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to explain basically what your RSO does and what exactly this event is.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So can I pull it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So this is the Muslim Student Association fall banquet, also known as the Cultural Gala. Each person comes up dressed up as their traditional clothes. We have food, activities like guess the flag. It's also a reoccurring event for the Muslim Student Association, so we've had that last year as well. Basically just people knowing and learning more about their culture, about other people's culture, and just basically, Also because it's like finals or like midterms are like on the way, so it's like a way to have fun and just like enjoy with the Muslim people. Also, anyone is welcome as well. Like you don't have to be a Muslim student association. I mean, a Muslim student member. Anybody can come from anywhere. And yeah, so that's about it.
Thank you. Moving to questioning. Are there any questions for this RSO? None. Senator Rose?
Does your RSO have 2 financially trained officers?
Sorry. Yeah. Yes, me and the vice president as well.
Akila?
I know that we can't fund banquets, so are we suspending the appendix, or what are we doing about that?
From my understanding, since it was a gala, is that a banquet?
Oh, I don't know. I just know you said the word banquet.
Yeah, so like we go by cultural gala, but it's also like a banquet. I don't know.
However you want to proceed.
But during the FAO form, we did put cultural gala.
Senator Vaughan?
Seeing that all students, regardless of religious affiliation, are invited, I don't see any like specification to not fund it based on it being a banquet.
We can't fund
it. It's like a, yeah. I mean, you can suspend anything, but it's up to you if you want to suspend this, then we can figure out. Oh, we gotta have to suspend all of them. Do you want to table it and come back to and discuss it?
Yeah.
When do they need funding by?
It's yeah. If we don't I guess accept it today, it can't get funded on Monday.
Have you gotten funding for like this event from SGA in the past? Or?
I'm assuming yeah. I'm not really sure, honestly.
Are there any other questions for this RSO?
Yeah, in the
just call it
FAO
gala.
we put cultural gala. I'm sorry if I said banquet.
Yeah, she didn't mean it.
Title 8, I have it pulled up, 826.4. It's appendix B. Yeah.
So I wouldn't have to suspend anything either.
Just as long as you don't fund a banquet.
Yeah, don't.
Okay. Perfect. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? If not, we're now in debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Senator Quiroga?
So apart from the little thing that we did last, this looks good. Honestly, I want to vote in favor for it. So I urge everyone else to.
This is to the RSO. For the first thing that you put on, it was like the Gold Runner. You said $20 to $50 shipping, and that's like not a definite number. Can I get a definite number?
I would say 15 then. Because I'm not really sure if like
It was like
for
you gave me a
shipping.
range, like 20 to 40.
Yeah, that's what the vice president told me to put.
Just with the higher numbers so that if they do a little less, the reversion shouldn't be that bad.
I put 40 as of now. That's why it's $794.82 for the bill. But if you would like 50, would you want 40?
Whatever works for you guys. I don't mind.
I'll do 50 for you
Appreciate it.
if they revert it. But yeah. Okay, so now the bill is $804.82. Akila?
May I have a question for the RSO.
Yes.
So, what will you do to advertise this gala for everyone?
So we're putting it on our Instagram. First of all, like we're doing a flyer. It's in the process. We're gonna post it. We also have group chats for the MSA, like members and non-members join it. So we're also advertising that, and also we're like letting the board members tell their friends tell their friends, and so on.
Perfect. Is there any more debate? If not, is there a motion? Akila?
Motion to move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? If not, we are now in voting procedures. Please raise your hand if you're for this allocation. Please raise your hand if you're against this allocation. Please raise your hand if you're abstaining. With a vote count of 6-0 to 2, this allocation is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
You are free to go. Moving on to 5547. Is the Botanical Society at UCF here? Hi. Hello. So whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to explain what your RSO does and what this event is about. Are there any questions for this RSO? Senator Vaughan?
What avenues or which steps will you take to ensure that this event is open to the entire student body and not just your members?
So one thing, it has to be open to everyone, and I understand that it kind of is, but if I happen to want to go in there, I'm not allowed to be denied, basically. That's how SG funding works. It has to be open to everyone. Yes, thank you. Is there any more questions for this RSO? Senator Rose?
So for the Arboretum Pavilion, do you need a confirmation or anything for that, or is it just open?
It's open. It's just outside.
Senator Rose?
Does your RSO have two financially trained officers?
Are there any more questions for this RSO? Senator Quiroga?
Do you also understand the post-funding process? Okay.
Are there any more questions or a motion? Senator Quiroga?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? If not, we are now in debate. Is there any senator wishing to speak in debate? Ariana? Senator Rose?
Everything looks good to me, so I'll be voting in favor.
Is there any more debate or a motion? Senator Quiroga?
Motion to move to voting.
There's been a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? If not, we are now in voting procedures. Please raise your hand if you're for this allocation. Please raise your hand if you're against this allocation, and please raise your hand if you're abstaining. With a vote count of 7-0 to 1, this allocation is approved. Yay! Okay, we are done with allocations. Moving on to bills. Is KXR here? Yes. Our friends. So whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to explain what this bill is about and about your club.
Hi, I'm Camila Martinez. I'm the treasurer for KXR. Y'all know me. Here I have two of the managers for LTI, the project that I'm presenting today.
Hello, my name is Andres Sarmiento. I'm one of the managers for LTI.
And I'm Emilio Armas. I'm another manager for LTI.
All right, so KXR is one of the largest, if not the largest or so on campus, with over 600 members, with the focus on rocketry and space exploration. Last school year, we were able to design our first liquid bipropellant engine, the most powerful hybrid engine, and the first ion undergrad engine propulsion system in the state. So this year, we're looking into what's LTI. Well, LTI is the launch and test infrastructure. So we are in charge of all the testing campaigns for all the propulsion systems in KXR, and of course, also the avionics. Our goal is that if we need to develop powerful engines, we need to develop the infrastructure to test the engines. For avionics, if we want to go for higher altitudes, we need to develop better avionics systems.
Alrighty. Yeah, and just to emphasize on what our goals are for our particular project under KXR, we're looking to be the backbone for new development. We are going to essentially be we're going to be supporting the other projects in our club by successfully doing our launch and static fire operations, and as well as providing live telemetry and communication through our avionics systems.
So here's our cost breakdown. Here's our cost breakdown. We basically divide LTI into two separate parts: ground support, and avionics. Those are total costs $7,505.23 for GSE, $2,499 for avionics, totaling $10,004.23. We're going to contribute $5,854.23, and we're asking from Senate $4,150. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to questioning. Are there any questions for this RSO? Akila? Any other questions? None? Quiroga?
We don't have to suspend the 20-mile radius thing, right?
Wait, 1 second.
This is for an event that's more than 20 miles away, right?
I don't think you're posting that. Oh, wait, no, wait.
Funding. Are you guys hosting the event?
Well, it's a project.
Rocketry to host launch.
Since it counts as a project, but I.
This is what happens when the wearing is on.
Oh.
Because they have to host the last 2 times and then
Yeah.
you have to build.
Yes.
Set up to host. What did we do when we had to edit it last time?
Well, you guys want to explain it?
We are to be constructing physical test infrastructure, such as large like rails for supporting the mechanical firing of our engines, and also electronics.
So you're built. Yeah, they're building. They're building something.
We're going to be building it here on campus, but for testing for safety reasons, it's going to be in Palm Bay.
Okay.
Akila?
I have a question for you, if I may. I know that it says cakes are received $0 in activity and service fee funds. Is that because we haven't signed any of the fiscal bills yet for them? Well, I didn't know if you had an idea if they already are signed.
Maybe. I don't know what sign.
I think we have a non-committee member who may
Oh my
know the
gosh!
answer.
Yes, Tyler.
Can I? Okay, so they've received at least $4,000 in CRT allocations. So whether or not the fiscal bills have went through, it still should be higher than 0. I think that's the exact amount for now is 4,000. I don't think it has been signed yet or processed.
Wait, so you don't know if it hasn't been fully signed?
I haven't checked their bill. I just know it's a minimum of 4,000 for now.
Oh, it's a minimum of 4?
Yeah, that they've already received this year. That was your question, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a given exact value? Is it exactly 4,000?
Yeah, it was 2,000 each from CRT.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for this ARSA? Kiroga?
Just one thing. This is testing for the event in Arizona, or that you guys are the thing you guys are going to go to.
Yes, it's for all of our projects.
Okay, that's going to be presented over there. Okay, perfect.
Any other questions or a motion for this ARSA? Yeah. Kiroga?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? If not, we are now in debate. Is there any senator wishing to speak in debate? Kiroga?
So basically, same as the last 2 to 3 times we've seen them. I'm gonna obviously be voting in favor for them to get this bill passed. And I urge everyone.
Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Vice Chair Kringle.
Motion for 5 minute speeches, 5 minute questioning, 5 minute debate.
There's a motion for 555. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll just represent this. I'll yield to the RSO so they can come up and speak whenever they're ready.
Now it is. Okay. Hi. So, good evening, everyone. I'm Gabriel Saavedra. I'm here representing the United Nations Associations, and specifically their fiscal bill proposal on McGill Model United Nations Conference, also known as MICMUN. So first things first, let me tell you a little bit about the United Nations Association. For those of you that don't know, the United Nations Association is home to our school's Model United Nations team, or as we call it, MUN. MUN provides an experience to participating delegates in the fields of diplomacy, debate, and the writing of formal documents. Participating students will develop their personal and professional skills, experience international cooperation and diplomacy firsthand, as well as developing an understanding of the key UNA themes of peace, justice, and cooperation through active participation in their debate and expression. So, about MICMUN. McGill Model United Nations Conference is held every year in Montreal, Quebec on January 25th through the 28th. MICMUN is a ranked conference, meaning that any awards we win count towards the UCF team's national ranking. The delegates who attend MICMUN will be selected via tryout and will travel to Le Centre Sheraton to compete in a variety of committees and debate against students from all over the world. MICMUN is continually voted by Best Delegate as one of the best conferences in North America. Now for the nitty-gritty, the cost breakdown. So our registration costs about $93.54 US dollars per person, which we have 8 members going. Our delegation fee is $43.73. So the total in US dollars is $792.05. Our lodging at the Center Sheraton is about $156.52. That's across 4 nights with 2 rooms. So that total in US dollars is $1,000, $252, sorry, and 14 cents. And then the flights cost $291 US dollars across 8 members. So that totals to $2,328. So the total cost for this conference is $4,388.44. And of course, we were asking for half of that. $2,194.22. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Are there any questions? Riley Pullman.
Can you repeat the registration fee?
So, yes, I can. The registration fee is, the total, it comes out to $792.05.
Thank you.
Senator Lacasse.
Thank you for your speech. And this is kind of just directed in general, but it says on the fiscal bill itself, a total contribution of $2,223.64. I'm not sure if there's an error somewhere in the, I believe the lodging and registration.
May I direct a question to the RSO representative?
Yes, you may.
When you provided the quotes to the CRT committee, were they quoted in Canadian dollars or American dollars?
So I have both. I was dictating the conversion to US dollars. I could also give the Canadian dollars too, if you'd like.
Follow up. Sorry. Follow up.
Yeah.
So the dollar amounts that you provided for the fiscal bill, the numbers that we are seeing right now are Canadian dollars.
No, those are US dollars, I believe. And sorry to answer the previous question. I believe you guys have the updated current around. I'm working with an older presentation.
Are there any other questions? Also, fiscal chairs, if you can help me by checking it, just because I can't chair and check at the same time because Danny's not here. Chair Temple.
Could you run through those numbers again for us, please?
Sure. So the total registration cost in US dollars is $792.05. The total lodging in US dollars is $1,252.14. And the total flights are $2,328 US. And that's a total of $2,194.22.
And that is the not updated version?
Yes, that's the non-updated version. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. I think Vice Chair Kringle, did I see your hand raised earlier? Are there any other questions? Okay, I guess, wait, I can't ask one, sorry. I was just gonna move to debate. There's a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Similo.
Just to see my technical, like the numbers, so that way I can actually see what they are and fix them again.
Which one is your technical?
It's just all of the ones in like the like silver, I guess, gold, whatever.
Is it related to the costs itself? Yes. I'll see them as technicals. Whose amendment is the how much they've received already in activity and service fee? Chair Borges.
Yeah, they've received $4,000 already.
Perfect. I'll see that as a technical. Is there any other debate? Senator Costas.
This is in regard to the speaker, not any amendments. This is in the debate for amendments, right?
No, this is just debate for the bill.
Yeah, just double checking. Yeah, I think this is an awesome event to go to. Montreal's a beautiful city, and UN is now more important than ever, and I hope this provides some valuable experience for you all. I recommend we all vote in favor.
Chair Similo.
For the travel, can I direct a question to the RSO real quick?
You may.
Can you just restate the USD amount, total cost for travel again?
Certainly.
I don't believe they have the updated one, right?
I'm pretty sure I don't have the updated, but I can give you the one I have, if that's what.
Are we seeing this on both second and third reading today?
That was the initial plan. So
can I ask a question to the RSO again?
Yes,
Actually, sorry, a correction. So the only one that is wrong is the delegation fee. The flights and lodging should be the correct amount.
So will you reiterate your travel cost then again?
Yeah, the travel cost is $2,328.
Chair Similo.
Can I direct my question to the RSO?
Yes, you may.
So since we are planning on seeing this on second and third, that does mean that it's going to be going to the business office. Is there any chance that before we see this on third reading, you can get the updated amounts for registration?
I can certainly try.
Is there any other debate? Chair Borges.
Sorry, this is actually a question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
The debate elapsed.
No, that was just from questions.
Okay, it's a question for you. Do you know why D-Leg Moore set the reversion date that they did?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, can I direct a question to the RSO?
Yes, you may.
Did you request a longer reversion date or anything like that?
A longer what date?
Reversion date.
Reversion? I'm not familiar with the term.
Chair Temple.
A question to the RSO.
Yes, you may.
Are you aware of the post-funding procedures? We forgot to ask that.
I have some notes on it, but I will definitely appreciate a refresher.
So may I give a quick run through on the post-funding procedures, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
All
Sorry.
right, so the post-funding procedures are the steps you would take after you've received funds from Senate after this bill is passed. So of course, you'll be working with the business office and the like, but you need to make sure you fulfill 3 requirements. You need to make sure that you provide at least 95% of your half of the fiscal bill. You need to make sure that you use at least 80% of the funds that student government provides. And you need to make sure that you have your verification of purchases form submitted to the Operation Review and Sanctions Committee by the date specified in the legislation at the very bottom, the last be it further enacted clause.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Also, if you see me looking at this stuff, I'm trying to calculate the dates while I'm at it and figure out the reversion dates. So I promise I'm working hard over here. Are there any other debate? Vice Chair Kringle.
I just motion to see my amendments as technical, just under the description, just updated the per member and per night amounts.
I'll say them as a technical. If the RSO can also double check if there was any reversion date pushback. Is there any other debate? Chair Samela.
Motion to see. Okay, I guess Temple just did it too. To see all the amounts that I just changed for the total cost, contributing cost, and then the therefore be enacted clause.
I'll see those technicals. Chair Temple.
Proper debate this time, Madam Chair. May I debate?
Yes, you may.
So I've said this for going 3 sessions now. I was a part of UNA when I was in high school, and I loved the organization to death. And I'm really happy to see UNA once more up here requesting funds in order to go to a conference once more and to show the rest of the world that UCF UNA is the best. So I will be voting in favor of this piece of legislation, provided that the numbers are in order. But I see no other issue with the legislation from here. Although I do want to kind of have a word or two with the Canadians when we get up there regarding their currency.
So I'm gonna lower my ringer. Debate time has elapsed. Is there a motion to extend or another motion? Chair Butler.
Motion to move to voting.
There's a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are in a voting period. Yeah, accept them as technicals. Everything should be accepted as technicals on the page. With a vote count of 35 to 1, this fiscal bill passes on second reading. Thank you for your patience, y'all. I'm doing my pro temp job and the speaker job at the same time, so I'm struggling a little, but thank you for, helping me along with this. We will now see Fiscal Bill 5519, funding for 12 members of the Forensic Science Association. Senator Donahue.
Oh, okay. Before we start this, I do also want to check, since this is my RSO, I do have to vote to abstain from the voting, right?
No.
Okay. Sorry. No. Okay. I didn't know if that was a thing or not. I believe the RSO is still here, so I will yield my time to them. Welcome to Senate.
Oh, okay. I see how it works. Okay, cool. Before I just start talking, I believe we sent a presentation? Yeah.
I think there should be. Netta, did you receive a presentation? Senator Cass.
Yeah, I was just gonna say all the PowerPoints should be shared in the Teams agenda, so we all have access to them.
Thank you for pointing that out. Um,
Thanks. Okay, thank you. So, hello, my name is Brooklyn. I'm the president of the Forensic Science Association, and this is just our bill for hoping for a trip that we can attend the American Academy of Forensic Sciences annual conference that they have every year. So, next slide, please. Can I move it? Or okay, there we go. Okay, thanks. So, I kind of want to give an overview on what the conference is and who we are. So, the Forensic Science Association is a student-run organization where we focus on building a community for students at UCF to just kind of learn about forensics and meet people who eventually want to go in the field. And we have guest speakers and people who come in so then they can meet people who are in the field. And so every year we try to go to the AAFS conference, which is the largest forensics community meeting that they have every year. It will just be a great environment for our students to go and learn, collaborate, and network about people in the field. So this year the location's in Denver, Colorado, and it'll be from February 19th to the 24th. However, we'll be flying in on the 19th and attending the dates from the 20th, and then we'll be flying out February 23rd in the evening. So right now the ticket registration is about we just say plus tax on this, but we have all the tax listed and calculated at the very end. But right now it's about $275 per ticket, and that is expected to increase January 19th for non-member students. So right now the total is at $3,300 for 12 students to go. We try to take 12 students every year.
Hello, my name is Lily. I'm the treasurer for the Forensic Science Association. So here we have our estimated cost for travel. We do have the ideal individual ticket for the nights that we want to stay at $470. However, the flights have been ranging anywhere from $300 to $560. And again, taxes on the last screen. Thank you. So our first option for the hotel is the Hyatt Residency in Denver, Colorado for six rooms for 12 individuals. For 3 total nights, it is $4,482. However, if our flights don't work out how we planned it, it does go up to 4 nights at $5,976. We also have another option for the hotel. Go to the next slide. Oh, can you go down? Okay. Go down. All right, this is it's the Grand Hyatt, 6 rooms for 12 individuals for 3 nights is $4,122. As well for 4 nights, the price is $5,496. So then here's our total cost with our preferred hotel that's right across the street for the 6 rooms, 12 individuals at $4,482 plus the tax brings the total for that for $4,679.21. The travel with our preferred flight at $467, including tax, is $6,024.30. The conference fees for the 12 individuals is $3,300. We're unsure of the tax as of yet. So the estimated total cost is up to $13,386 with tax is $14,003.51. So the requested funding is $7,001.76. Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm also going to add that we understand that this is a little bit different than what we originally submitted on the bill, just because, we didn't have the tax and the early bird fees. There was a lot of things that were still kind of unknown, but we realized that we needed to start the funding process early. That way we would have funding in time. But we are currently, so right now the travel is still kind of up for debate on the cost of that ticket. We're going to see if we can try and find something cheaper, but before, if we can, by the second hearing, we realize this might not pass on the first hearing. So.
Do you yield the rest of your time?
Yeah.
We are now in questioning. Are there any questions? Chair Temple.
A question to the ORS chair because Brody's not here.
Yes, you may.
Do you know if we have to deal with taxes in this circumstance? Because I kind of remember this from last time.
Is it how to deal with taxes?
Do we deal with it?
Like, do we pay for it? Sorry that I'm asking questions. Yes, if it's out of the state of Florida, we pay for taxes.
Are there any questions, Senator Lacasse?
Yes. All right. Well, thank you for your speech. Thank you for being here. I'm just a little confused about the registration because the image, so on the text it says 275 plus tax, and then it says on the image 200, it'll go up to $205 as of January 19th. So is that $275 including tax? Is that what that is meant to be?
So we are non-member students, so it's $275.
Okay. Okay, I see that now. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Senator Acosta.
So just to be 100% clear, the total cost that you have up on the projector right now is the official costs compared to what's already written on the bill or on this.
Yes.
Okay.
Are there any other questions, Vice Chair Kringle?
I see you guys have 3 nights, but you're staying from the 19th to the 23rd, correct?
Yes. We should be flying in on Monday evening, and then we're there for Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we'll be leaving on Thursday. So.
Are there any other questions, Chair Temple?
So 2 questions.
You may.
Do you have 2 financial trained officers?
Yeah, we both are.
Awesome. And are you both aware of the post-funding procedures that are incumbent upon you?
Yes.
Are there any questions? Senator Lacasse? If there are no questions, is there a motion? Oh, Chair Borges?
Sorry, I'm back on the date thing. So we have the 19th to the 23rd, and then just to clarify, that's 3 or 4 nights.
So we are hoping for our planned travel. It should only be 3 nights, I believe. Wait.
Okay, we're flying on the 19th, coming 20th.
So
Chair Samila, if you can.
I guess the question that we're really asking is the flight. Is it like an overnight flight kind of thing, and you're coming back like early morning on the 23rd? Like, is that why it's the 23rd?
Yes.
Because you guys are coming like in the AM. Oh.
Yeah. With the time change, I think we arrive at 1 or 2 a.m.
Yeah. Back. Yeah, that's what it was. I was like, why is that not adding up?
Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there? Vice Chair Polera. Motion to move to debate. There's a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Is there any debate? Senator Costas.
Looks like an awesome experience. Colorado is an awesome state, and I think you guys will get a lot of valuable education opportunities from this event. I encourage us all to vote in favor.
Vice Chair Kringle.
Motion to see all those beautiful pink amendments, basically just fixing the numbers off that PowerPoint.
There is a motion on my screen. It's actually red, but sorry about that. I'll see them as technicals. Chair Samillo.
I just want to say how much it is appreciated as a fiscal chair for them to have submitted this so far in advance, obviously, like timeline wise. So that's really nice to see. Also, it was good to hear all the numbers being fixed and that they got a registration date fixed for a proper time. That's it. I hope we all vote in favor.
Chair Voorhees.
Can you also see my amendments to the reversion date and the VPF date as technicals?
They are. Thank you. Vice Chair Kringle, was one of your amendments also to how much money was previously enacted? Or is that someone else's amendment?
It's the therefore be enacted. Yeah, that's also my amendment.
Okay, I'll see that as a technical. Is there any other debate? Seeing none, is there a motion? Senator Senator Rose.
Motion to see my amendment as a technical.
I'll see it as a technical. Now Senator Lacasse.
Motion move to voting.
There's a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting. With a vote count of 36 to 0, this fiscal bill passes on second reading.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can sit down. Is there a motion to, now we're at fiscal bill 5520, funding for Knight's experimental rocketry to, to host, launch, and test infrastructure on campus on June 1st. And I don't know who's speaking for it. Chair Samelo?
I already did the numbers, but if somebody else in here can clarify, since they need the registration by January 19th, just that it's still in timeline if we see it 2 weeks from now. I already checked, but if somebody else can check again for me, so that way it's like double checked kind of thing.
Hello, I'm Camila Martinez. I'm the treasurer for KXR, and today we're presenting launch test infrastructure. Here are two of the members of launch test infrastructure.
Hello, my name is Andres Sarmiento. I'm one of the managers for LTI.
And I'm Emilio Armas. I'm one of the managers also for LTI.
KXR is one of the biggest, if not the biggest RSO on campus with over 600 members, with a focus on rocketry and space exploration. Last school cycle, we developed the first liquid bipropellant engine in the state and UCF's most powerful hybrid engine, and also the first ion propulsion developed by undergrads. Our mission is to cultivate passion for science, technology, and space exploration, develop skills that prepare students for professional industry. Next slide. What's LTI? Launch and Test Infrastructure, or LTI, is the combination of two main systems: ground support equipment, GSE, and avionics. LTI is responsible for making the propulsion team of our projects a reality. We're the ones in charge of testing all the engines developed in KXR, including testing the fluid systems, static fires, wet dress rehearsals, and launch operations. Next slide. Goals for LTI. LTI is the backbone for development in KXR. If we want to develop more powerful engines, we need better equipment. If we want to go for higher altitudes, we need to develop better avionics systems. And LTI is there to provide such system.
On the word of the high altitude avionics and the ground support systems, our ground support systems are going to be the backbone for our motor test fires, measuring things and gathering data for things like pressure, force, and temperature. And our high altitude avionics are going to be able to send live telemetry to and from the ground for all of our flight ready sensors and systems.
This is the cost breakdown. Like before, LTI is basically divided into GSC and avionics. We're asking for $7,505.23 for GSE. Avionics is $2,499, totaling $10,004.23. We're going to be contributing $5,854.23, and we're asking from Senate $4,150. Next. Yep. Thank you.
Do you yield the rest of your time?
Yes.
Perfect. We are now entering a period of questioning. Are there any questions, Chair Temple?
So this is going to sound rather familiar, especially to you. So given the circumstances regarding the contributions that you are to provide for this fiscal bill, are you aware of the post-funding procedures that are incumbent upon you and your RSO upon receiving funds?
Yes.
So yeah, I knew that would sound like a record-breaking. Never mind.
Are there any other questions? Chair Borges?
Yeah, since your version date is like sooner than I guess a traditional version date would be, I guess it's perfect, but the end of the fiscal year, it's really close to it. Just want to make sure you guys, do you have any questions about the post-funding process while you're here?
No, not right here anyways.
Are there any questions or a motion? Senator Acosta?
Motion to move to debate?
There's a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're in debate. Chair Temple.
I do believe that this chamber has become well acquainted with KXR as of late, seeing as we've seen them more than a fair share of times, but every week, hey. But we love the fact that KXR keeps coming in here and requesting funds because we love the projects that your RSO has been conducting. And we do hope that this one propels you once more into very, you know what I mean. My words cannot help, are not my friend today, but nevertheless, I do encourage this chamber to vote for this bill, as I will be doing that.
Senator Lacasse and then Chair Borges.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of say what Chair Temple said. Welcome back. I'm not an engineer. I don't really understand rockets, but it sounds pretty cool. So good luck. Have fun.
Chair Borges.
Yeah, we love KXR. For my amendments, so that's removing the extra commas of ORS, the interim to frame, and then the amount they've received for this fiscal year. Can you see those as technicals?
Yes, I will. Is there any other debate? Or is there a motion? Oh, there's a Chair Vaughan.
FAO sees this RSO like every week. We see them all the time, and I am confident that they know the post-funding procedures, and they have been incredibly good at communicating with us and come to every FAO meeting very well prepared. So I will be voting in favor.
Is there a motion? Senator Costas.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedure. With a vote count of 33 to 0 to 3, this fiscal bill passes on second reading. Vice Chair Fintel.
Yeah, they did want to see it on third reading as well. So is that okay?
Yes, if you, when you make the motion, can also make it add Fiscal Bill 5517 on third reading as well. That'd be great.
Okay. So move to return to approval of the agenda.
There's a motion to return to approval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now at approval of the agenda.
Move to move fiscal bills 5520 and 5517 from second to third reading.
There's a motion to put Fiscal Bill 5520 and 5517 on third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none.
Motion to reapprove today's agenda.
There's a motion to reapprove today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now, we've approved the agenda.
Move to fiscal legislation notice of legislation on third reading fiscal bills 5520 and 5517.
Yes, there's a motion to go back to third reading. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate, and a motion for a block, maybe? Chair Temple.
I'll only make the motion for speeches, questioning, debate. We cannot make these a block because there have been abstentions and a negative and a vote in the negation for 5517. Yep. Motion.
Chair Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's a motion for 555. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Fiscal Bill 5517 will be seen on third reading with United Nations. You guys can come up. And I'll just yield to the RSO again.
Yeah. So, not really too sure how these third readings work, but you guys literally heard this presentation like 10 minutes ago. So I'm just going to give you guys the updates I've recently done. I redid the numbers. So the Canadian evaluations were correct. So I literally just inputted them into a conversion calculator. So anyway, the new total is $4,370.97 in US dollars. That's coming from a from a registration total of $801.45 and a lodging total of $1,241.52. And then the flight total remains the same because that's just in US dollars. $2,328. And as far as reservation periods, there seems to be no issues regarding the current one, or no need to change them. Yeah, that's the end of my speaking period.
Do you yield the rest of your time?
Yeah, yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We've now entered questioning. Are there any questions? Chair Similo.
When's the registration due by?
That's a great question. I don't actually know right now. Sorry. I'll get back to you on that though.
Are there any other questions? Chair Similo.
Can you repeat what the total cost was again? I got 4,370. What was the cents?
Sorry, 1 second. The total is $4,370.97.
Are there any other questions? Senator Caucus.
Motion to go to debate.
There's a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Butler.
May I retain?
No, because there are multiple amendments. Chair Borges.
So can I respond to Similo's question about the registration?
Yes, you may.
Looking online, it seems like the invoice must be paid by November 30th, 2023.
Chair Simila.
That would kind of just to answer off of Tyler, that would be out of timeline. So do we know if there's a like after registration at all?
Not to my knowledge. I'm also on the website. I will be looking into that. But again, not to my knowledge.
Chair Simila.
Is there can I motion to table this until we get more information about the cost?
There's a motion. Is that a motion? There's a motion to table Fiscal Bill 5517. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it's tabled. With that tabled, we move on to Fiscal Bill 5520 with KXR. You can come up and whenever you're ready, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Hello. So first I want to start off by saying thank you. I've come here more frequently than I've gone to my own classes. I'm here every week. You guys have been wonderful, wonderful to talk to. So more on LTI specifically, it's going to be the backbone of all the projects I've presented to you so far. Everything that I've come to you with needs help setting up, needs help testing. And with LTI, we're going to be able to test all our systems and be able to make sure everything's working properly for our competitions. So yeah, thank you.
Do you yield the rest of your time?
Yes.
Thank you. We are now in questioning. Are there any questions? Chair Borges.
Sorry, I totally don't know if this question was already asked. I guess what was the reason behind the Senate contribution being lower than the KXR contribution?
We have reached our limit. We're close to reaching our limit.
Are there any other questions? Or, Chair Temple?
Seeing no further hands, move to debate.
There's a motion to move debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Vice Chair Fintel.
Once again, these are wonderful people doing wonderful things, and we just saw them, so I see no reason why we shouldn't vote in favor again.
Senator Quiroga.
Same. Love my engineers, so gotta vote for them. And KXR is always here doing the best, so vote in favor.
Chair Temple.
May I retain?
Yes, you may.
I echo the sentiments of the prior speakers. We would love, again, to see your RSOCC, but please go to your classes. With that, I move to vote on Fiscal Bill 5520.
There's a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting. With a vote count of 34 to 0 to 2, this fiscal bill passes on third reading.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. With that, internal committee caucus time, SBA 10 minutes. I'll be recessing, or not recessing. Oh yeah, I recess at 9:01 p.m. To reconvene at 9:11 p.m.
If you guys are not an SBA and are not sitting in, get out in the nicest way possible. Respectfully, get out. You know what? I'm nicely telling you to leave so we can get business done. Guys, why are you all the way at that end? Come closer.
This is my normal seat in Senate. I'm just have 8 million things plugged in that I need right now.
That's fine. Elle, what's your excuse? Okay. Fine.
I can speak from over here. It's okay.
Okay. Fine. Okay. Hi, everyone. Make sure you open up the agenda real quick. I'll give you a chance. I literally sent it out. I am always on top of it. What? Disclaimer, I'm always on that thing. I mean like Senate business. Don't think about it like
What is going on?
Sorry to people watching this on the live stream. What? Is everyone ready? Okay, I officially who said no? Okay. I officially call this meeting to order at 9:03 p.m. Ooh. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Vasquez. Present.
Myself. Senator Acosta. Campbell. Daedalus. Donahue.
Present.
Fintel.
Here.
Navakrazat. Richmond. Disqua.
Present.
LJR Rep.
No.
Pro Temp Rep.
Present.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ooh, with 10 out of 10 quorum is verified.
Quorum is so verified.
Okay. Do we have to approve the minutes from last meeting?
Yes.
Okay, take a look at last meeting's. Okay, Eli Richmond. There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, last meeting's minutes have been approved. Okay. Okay, Senator Acosta. There's been a motion to approve this meeting's minutes. Are there any? Well, this meeting's agenda. Is there any objections? Seeing none, this agenda has been approved. Open forum, none. Silencing. Announcement of the chair. Hey everyone, we're just seeing Proclamation 5507. That's it. We're getting there. We haven't been there yet. Don't we have to like get to there and then we vote? Oh, because I like put it in like. Yeah, but like I was gonna go to like proclamations and like then we adopt it like when we get to there in the agenda. I'm sorry, like we can motion to do that now. No, I was just saying like that's my announcement that we're just seeing that. That was not me saying anything, guys. That was just me saying what we're doing this meeting. We're going to be voting on that. Any questions? None. Announcement from the vice chair.
None.
Okay. Motion to move to new business proclamations. Okay. And we are now there. Okay, so we have to vote to adopt this into committee. Yes? So we have to vote to adopt this into committee. I know that we did this like last week, but I wasn't here. So how did you procedurally do that? Did you just like vote to like see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll be voting to adopt Proclamation 5507. So I'm just going to do like raised hands. So raise your hand if you vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. All no's, all abstentions. Maybe I should abstain. I'll abstain as a chair. Seeing with a vote count of 9-0 to 1, we have adopted Proclamation 5507 in committee. So now, if you guys can't open the link, I also sent in the chat. So try that. Because usually sometimes it doesn't work.
I can't access either, but I can see them.
What? Y'all don't say that like just because you can't access it that you trust Aiden. Like I trust Aiden, however, make sure you can read it.
Yeah, I can even do it on the TV.
Really? I like also like send it in the like chat. Can you open it?
I'm trying right now.
For real?
He should have sent it to me. I'm sponsoring it.
Damn. Can you like if it is it just if you send it to people?
I don't know what it is. It's like, for some reason I sent it to you. You were able to look at it. I'm able to send it to people. Once it goes into the agenda, it just doesn't want to open anymore.
Let me, because like if this happens like during like the normal Senate meeting, I'm gonna like scream. Yeah, like the only three people that can see it is me, you, and Brody. I think that has to be from Aiden.
I can see it.
Yeah, if I try and change anything, like my access gets denied. Sorry for everyone who's watching us. For all non-SBA senators, it's not on the Senate agenda, is it? Oh.
I opened it.
Okay, then try that. If that works.
No, it was able to.
Okay. Okay, guys, go through the Senate agenda. It's on second reading. Look at it through there. What? It works in there. I don't know why whenever like I use the link that you sent me, I'll just use the link that's in the Senate agenda next time. Oh. Okay. Anyway. I'll take a motion. Speech, questioning, and debate. Deezer Matal. 5 minutes is crazy, guys. Yes. Deezer Matal. Oh, what do you mean? Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, there's been a motion for. I'm just making sure. There's been a motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, and 2-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that stands. Let me whip out my timer. We'll see what alarm I have on. Okay, so Chair DeCara, 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Disclaimer, I did have this in like on like the right time to like push this through and get remated and then voted on and everything, but because we have no meeting next week, it's that fall. It's homecoming's week fall. Okay. Today I stand before you to discuss the importance of passing this proclamation that recognizes and celebrates Dia de los Muertos, or the Day of the Dead. This is an important step towards fostering diversity and inclusion on our campus and embracing the rich cultural tapestry that defines our community. Dia de los Muertos is a vibrant and deeply meaningful holiday celebrated not only in Mexico, but also in various other countries, including parts of Latin America and the United States. This holiday honors and remembers loved ones who have passed away, and it combines indigenous Aztec beliefs with Catholicism, resulting in a beautiful and colorful tradition. By passing this proclamation, we send a powerful message to our community and beyond. We acknowledge that our university is a place where different cultures and traditions are not just respected, but celebrated. Recognizing Dia de los Muertos is a way of saying that we value the diverse backgrounds and experiences of our students, faculty, and staff. One of the key aspects of Dia de los Muertos is the creation of ofrendas, or altars, which are adorned with marigolds, sugar skulls, candles, and the favorite foods and beverages of the departed. These ofrendas are a way to welcome the spirits of loved ones back to the world of the living and celebrate their memory. By recognizing this tradition, we embrace the idea that our departed loved ones are still a part of our lives and should be remembered with joy. Additionally, this proclamation promotes cultural and understanding and education. It's an opportunity to engage in dialogue about the significance of Dia de los Muertos and its profound impact on various communities around the world. By doing so, we not only embrace our own knowledge but also encourage others to learn and appreciate the cultural diversity that makes UCF a unique and enriching place to study and work. One of the main initiatives I want to see from this is the increased representation of Central and South American countries within the Latin Hispanic community. Even though we may have a larger demographic of select groups within the community at UCF, all groups should be equally represented. In conclusion, by passing a proclamation to recognize this, we take a significant step toward promoting cultural diversity, inclusion, and education on our campus. We send a message that we value the unique traditions and experiences of all our community members and that we stand together in unity. Let us embrace this opportunity to create more inclusive and vibrant campus, and let us all come together to support this proclamation. Thank you.
I didn't want to stop you because I knew that you were about to finish. So speech time has elapsed. We're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Senator Donahue?
Right now, I'm gonna do up here. Right now I've been working, in my opinion, like it's been like I'm hearing more contact from more of like Caribbean-based Hispanic and Latin associations, like the RSOs through there, and there really isn't that much of an interaction from ones based out of like Central America and South America. So from myself with the caucus, I'm trying to push that we recognize like the more holidays and more celebrations that they themselves celebrate. And it's just like really like I've seen it is that like we only like know of these certain things because of the community, even though it's such a small population, but still they should still feel represented on campus. So really I'm trying to like with one of our events that we're trying to do later in the fall, I really want to make sure that all groups have been able to be reached out to have their own form of like representation, even if it's just a student association, something involves an academic base out of that, or just something in general. I just want to make sure that they are represented through like Night Connect and like things like opening night and more events that student government holds.
I have a question. If no one else has a question. Okay, seeing no other questions. To your knowledge, is everyone in the be it further resolved still in their positions and like the correct names?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Dallas.
I just have a follow up to that. Do you have the emails of everybody on that list as well?
Yeah, I have all of the vice presidents and the I think it's like student director, Xander. I have all of them. I literally when I go and pull those ones, I literally just go find their name and then I get their email with it. And all the student associations, I already have a contact
10
list for them.
seconds.
So
Not to say that. I didn't want you to keep going. Okay, so questioning time has like basically elapsed. So if anyone has any more questions, we can motion to extend it, but if there's none, I'll take a motion. Deezer Matal. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in a period of debate. Does anyone want to debate on this? Senator Donahue?
Although I am going to preface this with completely different religions, but as someone who practices a holiday that overlaps with the same time period, I am so in favor of having this recognized. I think it is incredibly important to have representation for all of our students that might celebrate any variation of Dia de los Muertos. And it is a fantastic initiative, and I'm very glad you brought this proclamation to it. I'll encourage everyone else to vote as well. Thank you.
Any other debate? Senator Torres Discua?
As a person of Hispanic and Latin descent, I think this is an incredible proclamation that would recognize lots of people on this campus. So I will be voting in favor.
Any other debate? Vice Chair Vasquez? You have a question?
Yes. For you.
For me?
I'm sponsoring it. Do I have to abstain?
I'm also sponsoring it, so I'm also going to abstain.
Okay.
So like you can abstain. I don't think it'll affect it too much.
Well, I'm sponsoring this bill. Aiden worked really hard on this. He's become a pro on proclamation writing. You can tell it's thoroughly researched if you read through the statistics on the proclamation itself. And I'm sponsoring it for a reason because I really care about the impact this is going to have on students. So.
Any more debate? Seeing none, I'll say a little something. So I also like literally just wrote my name down to sponsor it. I put it on the other one, but just to make sure that my name's there. But anyone can confirm that on there. But I think that obviously, as Vice Chair Vasquez said, Chair DeCara is like a master at writing these things now. If you have not noticed, I feel like the past like 5 proclamations have been from the Latin Hispanic Caucus. Like that's not even an exaggeration, y'all. But I think that he does a really good job at researching these very thoroughly and making sure that everything is correct, making sure that it gets to the right places and making sure that it will have impact on campus. So that is why I'm not only sponsoring, but I urge you all to vote in favor for it. And with that, debate time has elapsed. And Deezer Matal, there has been a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Okay, if you're voting yes, raise your hand. With a vote count of 8-0 to 2, this proclamation passes its first reading.
thank you.
Next, okay. I'll take a motion. I'll take a motion from anyone. Deezer Patel. There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready. You. Not to put you on a spot. Sorry. Just say same as initial. And with that, I adjourn this meeting at 9:17.
Sorry, I'm going to restart that. I reconvene at 9:21 p.m. Is there a motion to move to confirmations? We are now at confirmations. I'm going to mispronounce this. I apologize. But is Sam Kwan Slaughter here for Senator for Rosen, seat number 2? Slaughter? Is there a motion to table this? Or postpone, sorry. Seeing no objections, it has been postponed. Katrina Wanjan, sign over for Senator for College of Health Professions and Sciences, seat 1. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Senator Lacasse.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's a motion for 555. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, Senate. Can you all hear me? Perfect. My name is Katrina Wanjan, and I'm looking to be confirmed as the sign-over designee for Senator Brown in the College of Health Professions and Sciences, seat 1. I'm a kinesiology major, and I'm also the assistant student director for Alternative Break Program, since I know you guys don't have my resume, which basically, since most of you probably don't know what that is, we're a subsection of Volunteer UCF that runs volunteer service trips over winter and spring break. Getting back on track, as many of you already know, I do have some experience in Senate, having served in both the 53rd and 54th sessions. I'm very passionate about fiscal in particular, and I've served as ORS chair, DLEG, and the budget committee chair last session. One of the biggest things I want to do as a senator is to help ensure RSOs in my college and in others are getting the funding they need and deserve. As much as I love KXR, they and many other engineering clubs do get a lot more funding proportionally to most other colleges' RSOs. For my college specifically, the Student Physical Therapy Association and the Student Athletic Training Organization have gotten funding a couple times, but there are other RSOs like the University Kinesiology Club and Exercises Medicine at UCF that I've never seen receive funding, and I've been around for a little while. A lot of the reasons some RSOs don't apply for funding is that they simply don't understand how the process works, or they're scared to apply because they've heard horror stories about how it works from other RSOs. As previous ORS chair, I completely sympathize with those RSOs and agree that the funding process can be very complicated, but it's a lot easier if you have someone who can help guide you through it. Basically, I want to help RSOs in my college specifically, which would be very possible as someone who'd be representing 10 or so RSOs, as well as be a resource so that it's not just fiscal chairs getting all of those emails all the time, since I know as a past fiscal chair that they're inundated, especially the CRT and FAO chairs. I know I've confirmed that I wouldn't have a huge amount of time as a sign-over, but I do hope to accomplish a lot in the month and a half left in the semester and establish communication and a better understanding of the funding processes with the RSOs I do have the chance to work with, as well as establishing a better relationship with all of you, who some of you I've met and some of you I haven't. With that, I yield my time to questioning.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Chair Temple, and then I'll go Vice Chair Duke.
Hello, Ms. Wanjan. So my question to you regarding your initiative on making sure that CHIPS receives more funding, how do you intend on going about that in your capacity as a senator?
So I have access to the court email list. I've had it pretty much every year because I used to be in court and I still have access to their drive and that sort of thing. It's public, so it's not like I'm stealing information. But it's pretty easy if you have that list to be able to contact RSOs in specific areas. You can see what department their advisor is within and then see what area they would be related to based off their club. You can see on Night Connect more description about what the mission of their club is and that sort of thing. And they have all the emails for the 4 authorized officers, if there are 4, or just the 2, however many there are, 2 to 4, as well as their general club email on that sheet. So reaching out to those people and saying, hey, I'm a senator who represents the College of Health Professions and Sciences, and I would love to help you get funding since I know you haven't had it in the past couple of years, even if you may have gotten it previously.
Vice Chair Duke.
I know about your love of fiscal, but which specific committees are you interested in joining? And also, are you interested in joining any caucuses by chance?
I'm interested in joining ORS and LJR. I've gone to several ORS meetings lately. I've been to 1 or 2 LJR meetings. I'm thinking about caucuses. I haven't decided fully yet because I do have a job that's 10 hours a week and tends to go a little bit over that. That unfortunately takes a lot of the same times as the caucuses do. But I'm definitely looking into disability since I've sat on it in the past. And I don't think it's that big of a caucus right now, but pretty sure the time currently directly conflicts with the meeting I have weekly. However, I'm looking into seeing if I can move that meeting so that I can come.
Vice Chair Polera, and then ELA Richmond.
Hey, so like besides the like fiscal initiatives that you have for like RSO funding, what are some other initiatives that you have?
So one of the big things is that I don't have a lot of time in Senate, so I won't be having dean meetings, and I probably don't have a lot of time to push through initiatives that are completely starting from scratch. I'd love to talk to other senators in the College of Health Professions and Sciences to see if they have something they're already working on and assisting with that. Otherwise, generally collaborating with other senators, since I don't really have time to start an initiative from scratch and see it all the way through in the month and a half or so I have in Senate.
Haley Richmond?
Two, if I may.
Sorry, yes, you may.
Realistically, what do you think you can do in less than a month?
I'm pretty qualified with fiscal. My big thing that I do really want to do is to help take some of the stress off because the fiscal chairs, because that is one of the big things they have right now, and be available if they're being contacted constantly by RSOs who want to meet with them, be able to be there since I have done fiscal the entire 2 years I've been around in Senate. And I'd really love to be able to help that way. That's my biggest thing. I know a lot of people here are very passionate about advocacy and internal or external affairs, but fiscal is generally something that's not as big of a priority for a lot of senators.
And then were you DLEG last session, and how did that help you?
I was DLEG over the summer of last session under the original pro tempore for last session. That helped me in a lot of ways. I learned a lot about working with conflict, because if anyone was there during the summer of the 54 session, it was messy. It was something where we had to deal with a lot of conflict between a lot of senators, and it's basically helped me develop my communication style and manage conflict in a better way.
Are there any other questions? Vice Chair Polera?
Motion to move to debate.
There's a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are in debate. Chair Temple, Senator Costas, and then Senator Federico.
So, as much as I would love to vote in favor of hopefully Senator Wanjin, I will of course have to abstain because I do have personal relations with the candidate at hand. But make no mistake, just because I'm abstaining does not mean that you should vote any other way. I highly encourage you all to vote for Ms. Wanjin, because the experience that she provides, especially in the realm of fiscal, is, I don't want to say unmatched, but it is very close to unmatched. Like, it is insane how much she knows. And I don't mean to beat a drum on this or anything of the sort, but having her back would be an amazing asset for this body as a whole, and it would definitely help our ability to fund RSOs and students a lot more. So I encourage you all to vote for the candidate at hand, but I personally will be, of course, abstaining.
I'm so happy that you're here today. I'll make it brief. Katrina has an extensive amount of knowledge on Senate that rivals what any of us think we know, and that is not an understatement. I think Katrina would be an extremely valuable asset to have back in this chamber. I'd be honored to work alongside her even for this just a month, and I think we'd make a mistake not voting in favor. So we all should vote in favor to make sure that we have someone who can provide so much insight to us.
As a new senator, I can appreciate the fact that someone with experience is willing to come in and use their expertise for the benefit of the body, but also the RSOs and the constituents. And I think it's really important. From what I've seen, she seems like a great candidate and someone we should all vote in favor for.
Senator Lacasse, and then Vice Chair Duke.
Yeah, I just want to say first, thank you for your speech. And two, I feel like one of the concerns that they raised is very important, that we do see a lot of like, for example, love KXR, but we do see, kind of repeat groups coming in, especially from like the same area, a lot of groups focused on rocketry, stuff like that. So I appreciate that there is a concern being raised about other groups not really having the opportunity or maybe not having the know-how of how to obtain the funding that these other groups are getting. And I think that's someone like we need someone to champion that, and I see a lot of that in this candidate. So I am in favor, and I encourage everybody else to vote in favor.
Yeah, I was only with you in Senate in the last session for a short period of time, but even during that time, I saw how amazing you were as a senator. Every time you talk about fiscal, like related things, I just feel very humbled because you know so much. And I think having such a strong senator that has like such a strong like fiscal knowledge would be such an asset. That's pretty much it. You should vote in favor.
Is there any other debate or a motion? Chair Hamid.
Motion to move to voting.
There's a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're in voting. I'm so sorry. I did that incorrectly.
Motion to move voting procedures.
Sorry, only the E&A chair or vice chair, and since the E&A chair is not here, can do that. Thank you, Aiden, for reminding me. But now we are in voting procedure. If no one objects. Okay, seeing none, we're in voting procedure. With a vote count of 31 to 1 to 4, Katrina Wanjan is confirmed for the sign over of Chip's seat 1. Is there a motion to go back to internal committee reports? Chair Samelo?
We still have to see the other bill on third reading from debate.
Okay. Do you want to do the motions for that?
Is there a motion to return back to Fiscal Bill 5517?
There's a motion to return back to Fiscal Bill 5517. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Chair Samelo?
So since we're still like in debate, right? We left in debate. Yeah. Sorry. I did take the individual who was representing the RSO outside, and we discussed more of the technical things with the numbers and logistics of sorts. So I have all the amendments in here. If we can move to see those as technicals.
I'll see them as technicals.
And then also, those numbers are all correct. We decided that the registration, since it is due before the date of funding is received, that they will decide that their contribution from their RSO will go towards registration, so that way it doesn't fall beyond the deadline. And with that, I encourage you all to vote in favor.
Is there a motion or more debate? Senator Lacasse.
Seeing no more debate, motion to move to voting.
There's a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting. With a vote count of 35 to 0 to 0, this fiscal bill passes on third reading. Is there a motion to return to internal committee reports? We're now internal committee reports. E&A committee chair or vice chair DeHara.
Yeah, sorry, Kanal is not here. E&A did not meet this week, but be on the lookout for some updates regarding legislation once we locate some files that are in the drive.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Seeing none, GAP Committee Chair Temple.
Good evening, folks. So this week we started on legislative priority resolutions, and we'll continue them through the end of the session, though we will try to get them in by the end of said session. We have a timeline. I want to make sure that that's very well made clear. But yeah, GAP is awesome. And then, of course, the cat was already out of the bag with the president's report, but Gak Martin, President Greenaway, and myself have presented the Election Day Excused Absence Policy idea to the Undergraduate Policy and Curriculum Committee, or the UPCC, and there was a lot of constructive feedback from the committee, and we are planning on working with some members of that committee, including Mr. Kaufman and Dean Barry of Undergraduate Studies, on ensuring that feedback does not go unheard of and that policy is constructed based on the recommendations from the committee. I'm not going to go into specifics regarding these, but they are listed out here based off of the email I got from from Mr. Kaufman. And then, of course, my on this day fact is in Senate forum, so a slight delay on that one.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, LGR Committee Chair report. Oh, I'm so sorry. Senator Lacasse.
Could you just clarify what a program verification form is?
So that's kind of the same form that is used to excuse students based on like certain university approved events. So like Day of the Capitol, for example, you will be you could be provided a program verification form to show that, hey, I've been off on this event that's sponsored by the university. Here's the proof, just sign here, 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 and I should be excused from the day.
Are there any other questions? Senator Wanjin.
Present and voting. I think I have to do that for sign over.
So noted at 9:38 p.m. Are there any other questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none. LGR Committee report. I know Chair Yalman-Chile has written anything, but Vice Chair Sandlin, do you have anything?
Yeah, we just saw 15 absence requests. We approved 14 and postponed 1. We also saw Resolution 5506, updates to Senate Rule 7 establishing a demeaning excuse policy, and it was passed along to the Senate favorably.
Thank you. Are there any questions for LJR Vice Chair? Seeing none, SBA Committee Chair Hamid.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a good night. So this week, SBA tabled at Market Day and at the LGBTQ workshop event, which was really good because we were able to double our concern form responses. We're up to like 22 or 23 right now, and we used to only have like 10. This week, we had a pretty short meeting, but we were able to discuss some future tabling opportunities. Also, with 2 of our concerns being with the kiosks downstairs, the director of the student union, director of business services, and resident district manager of Aramark will be coming to SBA on the 8th of November to further discuss and work on these issues, which is really, really big. Also, we caucused to see Proclamation 5507, which we adopted in committee and then passed with a vote of 8-0 to 2. With the college initiatives, please keep working on them. If you guys have any questions regarding them, please reach out to me with them. Like if you want any advice or like just our question where to go. Also, with the legislating writing workshop, please sign up, especially if you weren't at the retreat this weekend where we did have like a legislative writing workshop. It's really good to have that skill as a senator. It's not all that we do, but it is good to have. Also, I need more people who want to teach. So pretty please share the knowledge that you have. And also I linked the forum down below.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Lacasse.
I have a pretty good feeling I know what they are, but what are the exact like issues that you guys have seen with the kiosks?
So this is being headed by Senator Donahue and Senator Acosta. It's 2 separate issues. One being dealing with allergy information. There's no ingredients listed or any place to put in what you're allergic to in the kiosks. Also, Senator Donahue, if I'm getting this wrong, you can tell me. But because that's such a big issue with people who could have severe allergies to whatever's in the food and because they can't really check what's in it, that's a really big concern. The other thing is that the kiosks just like are not very efficient. If you haven't noticed, like at peak times, there's just going to be like a huge swarm of people like around. So we're trying to like find a way to make them more efficient so that there's not like crowding or stampeding, and also to help people who may be hearing impaired who can't like hear their name being shouted out into a giant crowd.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we are now at internal legislation. notice of legislation on first reading, bills, Internal Bill 5504, updates to Title 8, student government agencies and departments. And then I will yield my chair position to Chair Temple just because I'm representing the next couple of bills, and I can't do that as chair.
Don't get too comfortable with that title. I'm only up here for 2 bills. All right. So with that, I've now assumed chair. A notice of legislation on third reading, bills, Internal Bill 5501, updates to Title 3, pro tempore de Marla. I will take a motion. Carringle.
Motion for 5 minute speeches, 10-minute question, 10-minute wait.
There's been a motion for 5, 10, 10. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion shall stand. And Pro Tem de Marla, you have 5 minutes to speak on Internal Bill 5501.
Thank you. Hello. So we kind of talked about it last week and we've cleared up most of the amendments. So just to kind of reiterate, if you weren't here, the purpose of this is to outline the Sergeant at Arms duties and powers. Previously, the Sergeant at Arms really didn't have any restrictions on it. If you look at Senate Rules 7, or not Senate Rules 7, Senate Rules 4, either 4 or 7, sorry, I forgot at the top of my head, but it tells that the Sergeant at Arms can just remove individuals just like that, and that they just established a quorum. So through this legislation, not only do I outline their duties, but I also provide a few ways to hold them accountable through the process of no confidence, and then having a tier system so they can't just remove individuals from the get-go. And then we didn't see one of the amendments last time, but we can also discuss it this time, which is where we it was an amendment to remove it, but we didn't see it. Whether that's because people decided that there was no need to have that amendment. But the reason for that is I left 304.8.6 there, because if someone comes up to me with the issue of, I don't agree with the Sergeant at Arms, or I feel kind of attacked by the way that they're establishing decorum, I can tell them, like, you have to have a meeting with this person. So it's more for that. And then also, previously there was no resignation or removal procedure. So, once I picked the Sergeant at Arms, they were just the Sergeant at Arms, even if they didn't want to be it anymore. So that sounded like an issue to me. So the goal of this legislation is, to establish something that really wasn't there before. It doesn't give any powers at all. Don't get me wrong. It literally adds nothing. It takes away powers. So I wanted to highlight that. And then I have a couple of things that I worked on this really hard with Brody and AG Moore. And there are some things that she wanted to point out regarding the concern about elections. If you believe that the member of this body should elect the Sergeant at Arms, she's not opposed to that, but it should be a separate legislation, because the whereas clause says that it's for outlining the responsibilities, not the way that it's elected. So that would just be a different legislation, really wouldn't fall under this bill. And then, or at least since I created it, I don't really think it's the purpose of my bill. And then the concern about confirmations, and she said, I'm just reading her stuff. I absolutely do not believe in the confirmation of a Sergeant at Arms. I believe that is not within checks and balances. The process for which a Sergeant at Arms is chosen should be appointment by the pro tempore without confirmation or an election among the body, but not both. It is procedurally wrong to consider a confirmation for this role and not within the balance of the body. As senators, when the pro temp is looking for a SAA for short, it is up to you to make recommendations or nominations to the pro temp, and that is why I do not agree with a confirmation after appointment. The pro temp is already choosing someone in the body who has already been confirmed. Extending this process would be ridiculous. And then for the concern about non-compliance power, I understand that some senators are concerned about the delegation of powers. I would support an amendment in the bill inserted at 4.C, saying that the pro tempore must sign off on the notification of non-compliance for it to be valid within 5 academic days, tier 3 being violated. So with that, probably be able to answer everything in questioning, and I yield the rest of my time.
Right, time has been yielded. The floor is now open to questions. Senator Wanjin.
Is there any precedent for a sergeant at arms or someone filling that role who is within the body not being confirmed within either a different school student government or a federal or state legislature?
I have not looked into other school legislation. I really relied on AG more about this, especially since she worked in a larger legislative body. So that is what it says. And then also that we can also have the discussion after because it wouldn't really apply for this bill as well.
Senator Chair Borges.
Can you provide me an example of 304.2, like a situation that would occur that would, just explain it to me?
Yeah, of course. So we copied the first three parts, I think, almost exactly from Senate rules. Oh, Senate Rule 3. Wait, that's exactly where it was. I apologize for stating something earlier. And then if you look at the tier system, so it won't be exactly like if you go from tier 1 immediately to tier 2. An example would be if someone came in and, started saying slurs to a different individual in the Senate chamber, we would we would give them a verbal warning on the floor. And if they choose to not do it, we'll ask them to remove themselves from the chamber. And if we think that they're harming the Senate body or a certain senator, we will, call UCF PD. But the sergeant at arms will not be physically removing it themselves. They're not trained to do so, so there's no way they could.
Are there any further questions from the floor? Wanjin.
Is there a reason a confirmation, if it was decided on, wouldn't fit in this bill since the deputies and legislative assistants both have their confirmations laid out, or at least the deputies have, both of them have it laid out within the duties and powers section in Title III?
Thank you for that question. It's because if you look at the whereas clause, this bill I created is specifically to outline the responsibility of the sergeant at arms. It wouldn't be how it's confirmed, just its responsibilities to ensure the role functions with utmost effectiveness. So it applies to the same portion, but since I created the bill, it wasn't the purpose of my bill, so I wouldn't really see it fit.
Chair Borges.
Sorry, would you consider this bill then incomplete, or are you going to be submitting a bill very soon? Because without that, are you just going to be appointing a new sergeant at arms or keeping the same without any process?
We would. Well, the thing is, if the bill doesn't pass, Aiden remains sergeant at arms no matter what, and we can't really. There's no procedure to get rid of that. So after that, I would be open to. I would help people with legislation about it. It's not up to that's something else completely to discuss. That's a separate conversation to have that wouldn't really apply to establishing the responsibilities of it. Because that would be, a whole. I know people would vote completely different ways, so it'd just be contradictory to have them all in the same, or not effective to have it in the same legislation.
Before we proceed, I would like to remind the floor that this bill was passed 32 to 4. So I would like to have the entire floor pay attention to questioning as it will guide debate moving forward. Senator Wanjin, you have the floor, followed by Senator Donahue.
Just a final question. So if somebody else added a whereas clause as part of their amendment that added the confirmation, then it would be appropriate because this is a question, I promise. So you would think that would be appropriate since that people can change the intent of a bill from what the introducer did.
I don't think that we should be changing the intent of the bill, so I don't think it's appropriate. You can, disagree, but I created this with a purpose, and I'll help you create your own legislation if you have a different purpose of your bill. But we already voted on second reading for the purpose of establishing the duties. Why change it all of a sudden on the third reading?
Follow up, Donahue.
If this is to establish the duties and responsibilities of the sergeant at arms, why wouldn't it make more sense to outline the responsibilities and practices that would get that person into this office?
Because I'm restricting their power right now. There are going to be people that disagree on if it should be confirmed or if it should not, and having that conversation within this bill, I don't want people to vote on this bill because they're like, yes, I want to restrict the sergeant at arms power, and then disagree with that one part, and it just like people wouldn't really be. It would just be like a contradictory outcome. Like these are two separate issues that have two separate views, and I think that putting them in the same bill would just be difficult for people to understand what they want to see out of this bill. Does that help?
Chair Vaughan, do you have a question? All right,
Oh, can I also add one more thing?
you may.
Also, I will be more than happy to sit with people and write a bill about confirmations. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I will, I'll establish it because I think even, I don't know. I was gonna say what I think AG Moore disagrees, but my goal is to help you guys write your legislation. I just think that writing it separately would make this process less confusing, and since they're two different issues with two different views.
Wanjan, then Borges.
This is my last question. So if you're trying to restrict it to the responsibilities of the sergeant at arms, are you saying you consider the no confidencing of the sergeant at arms part of their responsibilities?
No, it's just a restriction on it. But I did it. It's not like a responsibility, but the duty is that they're able, since they're in a leadership position, they have the right to be no confidenced. So it is, I would consider it to fall under one of the responsibilities. The responsibility is, you take it upon you to act in a leadership position, you should be able to be no confidenced.
Borges.
Sorry, I wasn't here last meeting. That's why I have all the questions that everyone's like, oh, why are there questions? I wasn't here. Do you think it's possible that you as pro temp maybe have a different pool than an average senator, and that might be why people might not have asked anything and maybe not, all the concerns haven't been addressed?
Sorry, do you mind asking that again? I didn't get it.
Like you as pro temp, like we're all like, you're the pro temp legislation, you wrote a piece of legislation, and I just want to clarify with you, because I know you mentioned in one of your responses, you were like, this has been talked about or whatever, the vote counts have been talked about, that maybe we have a different perception when you're writing legislation versus one of us.
I'm going to answer to what I think you're asking. Are you just asking that we have a different, like I might have a different perspective than another senator on?
Can I answer?
This?
Just like you as pro temp hold higher weight when you write a bill, that we see the bill as, oh, this is great, and ask less questions. Do you think that's possible?
I can't speak for senators, so I don't think I'd be able to answer that.
Chair Borges, would you entertain rephrasing your question?
Good, thank you.
All right. Are there any further questions from the floor? We have 3 minutes. Chair Hamid, and then Chair Samela.
I have two things to say. Can you see my amendments as technicals? It's like at the top, it's like changing the capitulation of bill, like in the last whereas clause at the top, and adding a comma after in 304.2a after Senate President Pro Tempore.
Chair Temple can see that in debates because we can't.
Oh, are we not in debate?
We're not in debate. We're in questioning, but that has been noted for when we make that motion.
I'm so sorry.
It's quite all right. Been a long night. Chair Samela.
I was just going to move to debate.
Has that motion been made?
Yes, motion to move to debate, please.
The motion has been made. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this floor is now in debates. All right, give me some leeway here. I'm gonna go in the order of which I saw. So Hamid, then Richmond, then Pullman, then Federico, and then Lacasse.
So sorry about earlier. I thought we already changed to debate. Can you see my technicals at the top? I literally just said it.
Those technicals have been noted and they will be accepted.
I have a second thing really quickly. It's a question about like procedure. I know that Chair Kennel had an amendment at the bottom in 304.8A6, I believe. How would we be seeing that if Chair Kennel is not here?
Pro Tem Marla.
I mean, you can still see the amendment. Just say that you can make it your own, but you can also just you can just choose not to see the amendment if you don't think so.
So the suggestion thus far on the page is just that, a suggestion. If anybody wishes to pick up that suggestion and make it their own amendment, they may do so through a motion. Otherwise, that will just stay on the page as such. From there, we will go to Richmond.
So I think this bill is great. I really like how it places checks and balances almost to Aiden, although I think the Sergeant of Arms will do a great job. I think this is needed. I'm actually surprised it hasn't been done already. So I urge everyone to vote yes.
Pullman, then Federico, then Lacasse, then Donahue.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a few things clear about the bill. Everything does fall into Robert's rules. Pro Tem DeMarla did not make any new, the Sergeant at Arms, everything that they do falls into Robert's rules. There's no new appointments that they do. Things along those lines. And it does cover a lot of gray area that AG Moore also addressed. So I will be voting upwards, and I encourage everyone else to do the same.
Senator Federico?
I'll be speaking in favor of this bill. I think it does exactly what was intended, and that is to kind of refine the duties and powers of the Sergeant at Arms. I don't think that this bill was introduced with any malintent from anyone involved, and I think that if anything, this will end up restricting and refining the power and kind of showing that we can go back and correct ourselves. I think it's really important to have bills like this, so I will be voting in favor.
Senator Lacasse, then Senator Donahue, then Senator Wanjin.
So first, I'd like to state I appreciate the effort that the pro temp has put into this this bill. That is much better than it started out due to the diligence that was placed into responding to criticism and making sure that this is an appropriate bill to kind of insert into our statutes what should have already been there. My main point of debate will be kind of just pushing a little bit back against the statement that was shared on behalf of AG Moore in terms of confirmations. I personally have no preference whether confirmations get added to this specific bill or if it gets added to a later bill. But I will say that there is precedent as both the Florida legislature and the federal legislature for both their houses, the Sergeant at Arms is elected by the body. So I feel like having that precedent, it is a sensible thing to have. I know that's not the purpose of this bill, but just in regards to that statement, I feel like I had to share this, that there is precedent for that. And so it would not be like a nonsensical idea to have that additional constraint of being confirmed by the body after being appointed by the speaker. Other than that, I am in favor of this bill.
Senator Donahue, then Senator Wanjin.
Thank you. I would like to motion to pick up Senator Kanaw's amendment. Like her, I feel that there are some concerns about having the blanket statement of any additional duties and responsibilities, as we've outlined the duties and responsibilities of the Sergeant at Arms throughout this piece. Outside of that, I do support the bill, and I enjoy that there are now limitations that are clearly defined, present there, and also, like Senator Cass, I would be in favor of writing further legislation to confirm the Sergeant at Arms.
So to clarify then, do you wish to see Senator Kanaw's amendment?
Yes.
Right now?
Sure.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Right. There's been a motion to see now Senator Donahue's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the time now is at 6 minutes, 21 seconds for debate. Is there a motion for speeches, question, debate regarding the amendment? Senator Hamid. Can we do 1 minute speeches, 2 minute questioning, 2 minute debate? I would like to entertain a few more minutes of debate because this is something that was not seen in the prior and last week's meeting. Can I change my statement? You may.
1 minute speeches, 3 minute questioning, 5 minute debate.
There's been a motion for a 135. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion stands. We are now in 1 minute debate. Senator Donahue, you have 1 minute to speak on the matter.
All right, I will try to be quick. I completely understand that there are limitations on the power of the Sergeant at Arms throughout this bill, and I also understand why there might be situations in which the President Pro Tem is going to be like, hey, I need some extra stuff, but I would like that to further be explained as to what those duties may imply and what responsibilities those could be, so that we're not just blanket statementing saying, hey, any of these possibilities are acceptable, because that's a lot of things that could be deemed appropriate, and I would just like further clarification on that. Outside of that, I believe that's pretty much all I wanted to say, is further clarifications should be necessary just to hear what we would be agreeing to, since right now this is a statement that has a lot of vagueness to it that I'd like to clarify. Thank you.
Time has been yielded back. The floor is now open to questions. Senator Hamid.
Would you be amicable to changing it to possibly saying additional duties and responsibilities as deemed given to the office of the pro tem?
I believe that would be sufficient. Yes. Thank you.
Senator Wanjin.
I just
can I direct a question to the pro tempore?
You may.
Was the intention with this to make the sergeant at arms another deputy? Because that's the exact same language used under the deputies.
Pro tempore, you may answer that question.
No, so I guess the thing that kind of trips people up is the fact that it's with respect to our governing documents. So anything that these additional duties could be would only be under what is our governing document. So what does Robert's rules say? So Robert's rules, does not let them act like a deputy, nor does any of the rest of the statute. So I talked about this with Madison and then also Brody. So, for example, if I asked the sergeant at arms to create a decorum workshop, that would be an example what falls under this because it's respect to their governing documents, such as sergeant at arms establishes decorum. I could not ask the sergeant at arms to divvy up RSOs because that wouldn't be under the governing documents. So I think the key phrase for that is with respect to our governing documents. And that was the intention. It wasn't to make them another deputy by any means.
Just as a heads up, we are now sitting at 1 minute 31 seconds. Senator Wanjan, do you have a follow-up?
Would it be possible to change that language so that it says like relating to the position of the sergeant at arms? Because the in relation to our governing documents is incredibly vague language and could mean practically anything depending on who's interpreting it.
Is that for me or them? Okay, I can answer first. I'm fine with that, honestly. I'm comfortable with that. It just if Senator Donahue wants to accept your suggestion as a friendly amendment.
I would also be in acceptance of that position. Would you like to phrase it how you would like?
I can't write it because I don't have Teams access yet.
We now stand at 53 seconds in questioning. Are there any further questions on the floor?
Oh, I have a question.
Pro Tempore DeMar?
So this is for Senator Donahue.
You may.
So will you still be removing it or will you be taking off the removal and just adding the parts that we kind of discussed in questioning?
At this point, I would be willing to determine that we would be adding in those points that you've made and then no longer having it just slashed out with the amendments being made to it. Thank you.
All right, as it stands, we are exactly 30 seconds. Senator Wanjan. All right. Any further questions from the floor? Lacasse.
Okay, I just want quick clarification on this. So would the complete statement be complete any additional duties and responsibilities as deemed appropriate that directly relate to the position of Sergeant at Arms with respect to our governing documents? Is that what the complete statement will say?
Is that question directed to Senator Donahue or the Pro Temp?
That was mostly towards Donahue, if she has a better understanding than I.
Donahue?
It is currently being revised in, forgive me, I'm colorblind, whatever color is it. Pro Tem DeMarla is adding in addition to the statements made by Senator Wagner.
Questioning time has elapsed. Is there a motion to either extend questioning time or move to debate? Sandlin.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, as it stands, there are now 5 minutes on the debate clock. The floor will now entertain debate. I will go with Pro Tempore DeMarla and then Senator Lacasse.
Senator Donahue, would you be open to accepting Senator Wanjan and I's amendments as a friendly amendment, which I just rewrote it so that you wouldn't have to get rid of the deleted portion. So we can also just remove my part too.
Yes, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
The friendly amendment has hereby been noted on the floor. There is now 4 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock for debate. Is there anybody wishing to debate? Lacasse.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I can't speak on behalf of Chair Kanawha on what their original intention was, because I feel like including this still kind of defeats what their original purpose is. Anyway, to the point of like my feelings on this, I feel like there is some vagueness to it still, because I feel like saying that directly relate to the position of Sergeant at Arms is kind of redundant with the respect to our governing documents, because I'm assuming those would refer back to those that involve the Sergeant at Arms. But again, considering the respect to our governing, so can I direct a question real quick?
You may.
I don't know if it's just still being, okay, it is, never mind, sorry. Anyway, so I feel like that with the respect to our governing documents, however, it kind of does solidify that it's not like giving anybody unlimited power. And if that changes, feel free to call me like Jar Jar Binks or something like that. But I feel like it's solid. It kind of reflects what already exists. So I'm in favor.
Right. For clarification, the amendment stands as the highlighted portion that you will be seeing on your screens if you have a screen. So that will be, the amendment shall read, complete any additional duties and responsibilities deemed appropriate by the Senate President pro tempore that directly relate to the position of the Sergeant at Arms with respect to our governing documents, that should this amendment be passed. Are there any? All right, Senator Hamid.
There's like a technical that I added. I added like 2 while you guys were writing, just like to correct spelling. It's like in pink, I think. It's like one of the T's. I don't know if we can correct it while it's like in the state.
Is there a motion for a senator to speak on the floor, that being Maddie? Maddie?
If you guys end up passing it or not, I'll just put them in as technicals, if you'll see them as technicals.
Right, those suggestions have been noted and they will be seen as technicals upon the completion of this vote. Are there any further questions? Is there any further debate on this amendment, or is there a motion to vote? Senator Carter.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, again, clarification, the amendment shall read, should it pass, complete any additional duties and responsibilities as deemed appropriate by the Senate President pro tempore that directly relate to the position of the Sergeant at Arms with respect to our governing documents. The floor is now in voting procedures. And over 3. With a vote count of 35 to 0 to 1, this amendment has passed. We are now in debate with 6 minutes 21 seconds remaining. Sergeant at Arms Zakara?
I know what was mentioned earlier. If any other schools have a form of Sergeant of Arms, FSU has one in their rules of procedures in Rule 2.6. The Student Senate, I'm just saying this for how they also have it. The Student Senate President shall have the sole authority to appoint, subject to Senate confirmation, the Senate parliamentarian. That's their form of the Sergeant of Arms. UF's is Senate parliamentarian. The president of the Student Senate will appoint the Senate parliamentarian whenever the office becomes vacant. So that's 2 different sides to what y'all are talking about, but that also plays inside. Like, I just want to state that yes, there is one in other schools in Florida, but also if the conversation of being confirmed by the Senate, some school does it and some don't.
Senator Wanjan.
I did the same research as Chair DeCara, and the one thing I will note about that is that both of them have to be outside the body. They cannot be actual senators who are being the Sergeant at Arms. So I would really recommend making them confirmed if they're inside the body. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention was the concern about the Sergeant at Arms being able to non-compliance. Even if we don't make the amendment, they don't have the power to non-compliance through Title IX. So they don't have the ability to do it anyways, and any that they would issue would be invalid.
Senator Lacasse, did you have a point of debate?
Yes, but I will state that when I was doing similar research, I also found that there is precedent as well for not in schools, but within legislative bodies, I believe at the state level. That's the point that I'm missing right now, where it has to be a member outside of the body. And even then, I believe it required confirmation by the body. So just to kind of hold up to that precedent and the fact that there is precedent among other universities, even though it may not be universal, as is the case at our university, that I hope that it is, that this conversation has sparked something to lead to further legislation to further clarify the role, responsibilities, and restrictions on the Sergeant at Arms.
All right. There's now 4 minutes, 13 seconds remaining on the clock for debate. I will see Senator Hamid, and then I will go Chair Carter.
So I'm going to be voting in favor for this bill. As stated earlier, I really do not believe that there was any malintent when creating this bill. I feel like it was very well worked on, especially in the chamber. I feel like we all had a chance to kind of dissect the bill
and really give our input as well. And I appreciate Pro Temp DeMarlo's willingness to change the things that we were concerned about. I believe that this is not going to really, it's not adding things to the role that we're not there. It's really is just shrinking down the powers that the Sergeant at Arms has, which I think is really good. It gives clear things as to what the Sergeant at Arms can do, and it gives like a very clear list to, at least to me. I feel like it's clear. It'll be clear for not just our session, but for future sessions. So I really do encourage you all to vote in favor for this.
And the chair would like to remind the floor that this is important debate on a bill that has not received unanimous consent from the floor. So I would advise the floor to please pay attention to any and all debate that is ongoing. I'm going to see Chair Carter, and then I'm going to see Pro Tem DeMarlo.
Yeah, I've been listening to all the debate and questions have been raised. In terms of what's been raised, any further changes to confirmations would be a much longer conversation we need to have that we're not able to do in just the span of, I would say, 2 hours. So I believe that would be another bill that we could look at. With that, I will be voting in favor.
Pro Tem DeMarlo.
So thank you, Senator Wanjin, for pointing that out. I just wanted to, I added something to clarify it. So what would happen is that Aiden wouldn't be issuing the non-compliance themselves. I would have to sign off on it because he doesn't have the power to do so, or I wouldn't sign off on it. It can be Sierra. Okay, you can make the decision if it's originally it was gonna be Sierra because she establishes decorum to say, you're not abiding by Senate rules of maintaining decorum. But if you want to have that extra check and balance, I also added the pro tempore can because I know that decorum is established by the speaker and they work together for that. So I added this legislation if you wanted to specify it a bit more and have me sign off on it, but otherwise it would be the speaker signing off on it formally. They can issue a verbal warning, but they can't have do a formal non-compliance. It was just saying that it could result in a notification.
I'm going to recognize Senator Wanjin, then Sergeant at Arms DeCara, and then Senator Lacasse.
I think the confirmation thing needs to be a discussion had with this. There's no reason to wait until we can get another piece of legislation written and then put through first, second, and third to pass this. I think we should have this discussion now and figure it out. So with that, move to see the amendments made by Kylie Samillo technically as my amendments.
There's been a motion to see, the amendments made on the documents. Are there any objections? DeMarlo?
I object because I think this should be a conversation with AG Moore. I don't feel comfortable making this amendment without her really checking if it's good.
Senator Wanjin, do you withdraw?
I do not.
We are now in a pro-con. All right, pro is Pro Tem DeMarlo, and con will be the originator of the motion, that being Senator Wanjin. DeMarlo, Daedalus. We'll get there when we get there, but yes. Right. Oh, yes. So the objector will go first. Pro Tempore DeMarlo, you have 1 minute.
This is a much longer conversation that can be had and doesn't fit with the purpose of this bill. Plus, just doing this without talking really with Brody or AG Moore just seems very hasty. And if we make a mistake in this legislation, it's on us. We're adding it last minute on third reading. It should really have been something, maybe we discussed in second reading, or a separate bill honestly would be so much better, because we can't without AG Moore or Brody, there's not really an expert here to kind of determine if this is the right way to phrase this, even if it is the right thing to do. And creating an amendment so hastily is just counterproductive to our goal of this legislation and as the Senate body. So I really just recommend, I will work with you guys to add this, this piece of wording. I promise. I encourage you to come up with legislation, but right now, without much discussion, goes against what this purpose of the student body is and how we can effectively
Debate time has elapsed for Tempore DeMarlo. Senator Wanjin, you have 1 minute when you're on your go.
So this language is exactly identical to the deputy pro tempore language. The only thing I would change that I just noticed is that I would have it say this appointment must be confirmed by a majority of vote of the Senate. A is the only thing I actually wrote, and it's identical to the deputy's language as I just stated. B and C are actually the things I took straight from what DeMarla already wrote as Sergeant at Arms. I think if this is that we think needs to be had later, we can postpone this. We don't need to see this tonight, but this bill should not be, we shouldn't wait to do this until a separate bill. There is no good reason to wait when we can just see this bill, add it to this bill now. If we need to postpone the bill a week, we can. I yield my time.
The floor is now in voting procedures. Pro will be pro tempore DeMarla. That will be the yes. And con will be Senator Wanjin. To proceed with the amendment, that would be the no vote. And you have the option to abstain. My apologies. Right. So voting is ended with a vote count of 23 to 11 to 3. The objection carries. So pro tempore DeMarla, his objection will carry. Is there further debate on this legislation? Hamid.
Not to be the grammar police, but I have two things. In 304.8A7, I added a period after Senate President pro tempore because it was missing. Can you see that as a technical?
The chair will notify that and mark that as a technical yes.
Also another question that I have, I don't want to change it because I don't want to like mess with the formatting of the bill, but am I allowed to direct a question to the chair?
To me?
Yes.
You may.
For example, in 304.7A, wouldn't it have to be 1 and 2 and not 6 and 7?
That's like a.
I will defer to a pro tempore DeMarla.
Brody can just change that after. He'll just adjust it. It's not really like, it's because Word is so weird. Like the formatting is so messed up.
All right. Senator Lacaste and Senator Wanjin.
May I direct a question to the pro temp?
You may.
Okay. Maybe I just like missed something because like I was like of the belief that like the Sergeant Arms kind of like you appointed them, but then at that point on it was kind of like they were at like they're responsible to Chair Holmes. So if that was the case, when the pro temp, like when the amendment including that the pro temp must sign off on the occasion of non-compliance kind of give you leeway where it should be the chair's role?
So this is what I added in based on the conversation. This implies that the speaker will be signing off on it. Originally, I added this if you guys wanted to have the conversation, if you wanted me to be a check to that power. So that's why I just added there. I didn't see to look at it or anything. It's if you want to have that check, we can. But in the way that it's already, worded, the speaker would be signing off on the non-compliances.
Senator Wanjin and Senator Donahue, did you have something beforehand? Understood. Wanjin.
I'll be opposing this bill until a confirmation or election process is added. Currently, this is going to be the only officer of the student body senate that is not confirmed or elected.
Senator Rose, and then Chair Borges.
It seems to me that there are many conversations that still need to be had. So with that, motion to postpone this until next week.
There's been a motion to postpone this bill until the next meeting. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw, Senator Rose?
Yes.
All right. Wanjin.
Move to postpone.
I will not entertain that motion. We have just seen that motion.
You can't do that.
Fair enough. There's been a motion to postpone. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
No.
We are now in another pro-con. So who was the first individual I just heard say that? Senator Hamid?
Someone else can take it.
Decorum. Thank you. Senator Hamid, do you wish to take the pro-con?
I want did a new senator say objection? Because I would like to give them a chance to speak.
There were several individuals who had said, I object to Senator Wanjin's motion. Who was going to take that motion up? Senator Federico, do you wish to take that motion up?
Yes.
As it stands, Senator Federico will take up the pro position. They are now the holder of the objection. Con is Senator Wanjan, who wishes to carry the motion to postpone. Senator Federico has 1 minute on the clock. You may start now.
So I believe that
Decorum.
I believe that
Decorum, no side conversations.
Thank you, Senator Wanjan.
I would like to see that I yield my time.
Senator Wanjan.
Yeah, I know no one wants to see this postponed, but this confirmation thing, there's no good reason to push it to a separate piece of legislation. I know I've already said it. I'm going to keep saying it. I have never seen a piece of legislation where someone went, oh, we're amending this, basically the exact space. Let's not amend something else at the same time because it's not the intent of the bill. That's not something I've ever seen done in Senate, and I've been around since the 53rd. Yeah, I've seen intents completely changed by bills. The confirmation thing needs to be discussed.
Netta, what am I supposed to do here?
What do you mean?
Officially, we are supposed to be moving into voting procedures right now.
Just reiterate which one is postponed, which one's not postponed.
Fine. We are now in voting procedures on the matter. Pro is Senator Federico, which is supposed to be the yes position. Con is Senator Wanjan's position, which is to postpone. Yes, sorry. Yes, Federico, yes, to not postpone, and Con, Wanjan, to postpone. We are now in voting procedure. With a vote count of 22 to 14 to 1, the bill is not, the motion does not, the motion to postpone does not carry. The objection does carry. Chair Samila.
It seems like it's going to be a never-ending battle because someone wants to postpone the bill. Therefore, I don't think we should postpone it, but maybe this should be something that, again, is said after we talk, as this is seen on third reading. This is something that we've pushed back for a month now. Like, at this point, it's kind of just being overdone at this point. So I just feel like we should get this over with, and a conversation can be had further with a coordinator and other people who are more informed on this information to properly put the correct things and make sure everything's worded correctly, so that way it can be relayed correctly and that position can be where people want it to be.
I would like to advise the floor that we are currently sitting at 90 seconds on debate time. Is there a motion to extend? All right, I'm going to go Cass, then Hamid, then Richmond.
Okay, so trying to keep this short. I am in favor of this bill as it is. I think there definitely needs to be confirmation added. I think we can have future legislation that I feel like most of us are probably going to agree with to add confirmation. As the motion to postpone has failed, I feel like it's good that we have this included as it stands. It's not giving any like broader power, but we are able to go back and then also add confirmation requirements. I'd be happy to co-sponsor a piece of legislation on that. I think it'd be very strong, very helpful. But for the meantime, I think it's important that we include this just as we go along.
1 minute remaining on the clock. Hamid.
I will reiterate, as I said again, I do support this bill. I really do not feel comfortable with the notion that we should add an appointment process to this bill. As Pro Tem DeMarlo said, it was not the original intention. And also, I do not feel comfortable with it since neither Brody nor AG Moore is here to give their insight and like very much needed opinion on this. I believe that we should sit, especially since it's third reading, it's very hasty to do that now. So I believe that we should move to vote soon.
Richmond.
As the Sergeant of Arms is supposed to check us and keep decorum, I think it would be difficult for us to confirm the sergeant of arms because at the end of the day they do check us. So that would just be a complicated process that I don't think we should rush right now.
There are now 6 seconds on the clock. Lacasse.
Yeah, so basically confirmation would just be important to have because it's like we can still do those things and like there's precedent for it. We can move to it later. I don't think anybody's trying to keep it going now, but you know.
Time has now elapsed on debate. Is there a motion to extend or a motion to vote? Sandlin.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on this on Internal Bill 5501. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this floor is now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 30 to 3 to 3, this bill has passed third reading. Moving. You're not done with me yet. We are now moving on to Internal Bill 5503, updates the title of 12. Pro Tempore DeMarla and Chair Yalamanchili. Seeing as Chair Yalamanchili is not present today, the Pro Tempore will represent. We are maintaining, I believe it was a 5-10-10. So Pro Tempore DeMarla, 5 minutes when you are ready.
Yes. So sorry guys, you're hearing from me again. So me and Chair Yalamanchili sat down to create this bill, just because I think that, you know, this title causes a lot of confusion since we're not legally bound to Florida's Sunshine Law. So this bill doesn't really change anything. I got this idea when I had discussions with Brody, you know, just saying that like, I think it's kind of silly that sometimes people hold, you know, this whole sunshine law thing over people's head. And, you know, I just don't think that's really that fair. And that's when, you know, he informed me that at one of the other places he was a graduate assistant at, they actually just changed it. So they changed the wording, but not the meaning so that, you know, it is more accurate and to prevent further miscommunication. So the content of this title remains the same. The difference is in that the language is just different. And by language, it's not like any language that affects how we work. And with that, I yield my time.
All right, the speech has been yielded, and we are now in 10 minutes of questioning. Senator Wanjin.
Would you be able to provide an example of when statutes say that a meeting should not be public?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
The legislation changes it so that it's not every meeting has to be public. Only all meetings have to be public unless it's otherwise stated within statutes. Are there any examples of in statutes right now where it says that a meeting is private?
No, that line is literally just moved from 121.1 to 121.2C. Like it's just literally the same line copied and pasted because we just thought it would fit more under there. Does that help answer it?
Follow up?
Yes. You're saying 1201.1 is the same thing as 1201.2C?
Oh, sorry. No, it's the same meaning. We just changed the way it was worded.
Follow up?
Can you clarify how it is the same meaning when it says unless otherwise stated in the Constitution and statutes? which wasn't in the original one?
I guess the reason being is that we didn't want it to conflict with anything. Like, going forward, if there is something like that, I don't want to have a contradictory statement. So that's why it's always like, with any legislation, I usually write like, with respect to our governing documents, or unless stated otherwise by the student government constitution or statutes. This is what I talked to Brody and recommended, just so that we wouldn't contradict anything. If you think that we should take it out, we can talk about that. I'm fine with it, but that's just what Brody recommended.
Follow up.
Just since there's concern about, or since the reason you said you wrote it is in case something does get written that it is a private meeting. Is there an example of something Brody brought up potentially that would be considered a private meeting that might be written in statutes?
From what Brody talked about was not meetings which you do not vote in. For example, the cabinet meetings, or like they're just working meetings, like they're brainstorming meetings. Like that wouldn't be really something open to the public. Obviously, like you can ask them. I'm sure they're open, but just strictly speaking. Does that help?
Any further questions? Borges?
Hi, sorry, regarding public records, I know currently we can request like text messages, emails, different things, any app. Does this change any of that? I know it still has that request, but I know it removes the Public Records Act in the Florida statutes. I didn't know if that like limited what.
No, it doesn't remove that fact. It's just like the Florida state statute, we're not held to the same standard, especially since they're changing all the time. Like we have definitely not caught up to the last, addition to it, but we're still able to do the same things. You can still public records request. Someone thinks it's just saying that we're not legally bound by the same thing the Florida legislature is.
Any further questions for the introducer? Borges, follow up.
Sorry, yeah. So with that, would you be open to maybe trying to define public records? I know that act did define it and made it to where there were limitations on you can't request, personal messages that aren't public record. Obviously, it does say public records in 1202.1. But I just want to make sure, just so no one can just request anything.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you for bringing that up. I guess if you want to have this discussion, would this be better here or entitled to?
I don't know. Can I respond?
You may.
I guess really up to you. I just want to make sure that if it needs to be in there, if it gets put in there. So.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm down for that. If you want to follow up and talk about what we want to add to Title II, I'm cool with that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Anjan?
I have a question. You might not know the answer to this, because I don't. So, do you know if the Public Records Act does not apply to us? Because I know university business in general, you can public records request, but you can't force your way into a meeting. So is it accurate that our student government is not bound by the Public Records Act?
I'm gonna answer the question to the best of my ability. It's not the same as the president or something. Like our emails, that is why we say at the bottom, according to this, but that's kind of typically what we're held at. It's not the same as if me and Aiden have the person right next to me, had a text conversation in private, and we're not held to the Sunshine Act in that way. I'm not going to jail for anything. But yeah, does that help?
We have 4 minutes, 49 seconds remaining on time for questioning. Are there any further questions? Sorry if I accidentally kicked you.
No,
All right. Seeing no further questions, is there a motion? Samela?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in a period of debate. Samela?
Motion to see the amendment in pink in section C of 1201.2.
All right, there's been a motion to see the amendments on the page at chapter 1201.2C. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now at 9 minutes 43 seconds in a period of debate. We are now in line for the amendment. I will take a motion on speeches, questioning, and debate on said amendment. Tamarla?
1 minute speech, 2 minute questioning, and 2 minute or 3 minute debate.
There's been a motion for a 1 minute speech, 2 minute question, 3 minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion carries. Chair Simillo, if you're the introducer, you may start when you're ready.
All right. So pretty much when the question was asked to Akila about unless stated otherwise by the student government constitutes or statutes, she pretty much just said that it wasn't stated anywhere. So in her example that she used, I just feel like it's unnecessary for us to put it there. And yeah, I yield the rest of my time.
All right. We are now in a period of questioning of 2 minutes. Anybody having questions to the introducer for Tempore DeMarla?
Okay, so my question is, I think I forgot to say that it's open for any voting meeting. So I guess my question is there a way you can protect, like, just like a normal working or private meeting, like a meeting that you're not gonna, I guess vote in? Like, for example, if someone asked to have a one-on-one confidential meeting with me, but as our two government agents, is anyone just able to join? Because that's just like my concern, because I want to make sure that, if someone asks a one-on-one meeting with me, like, I respect their privacy in that case.
Simila?
So like part of my amendment, I had it in there and then I took it out because I wasn't sure if we wanted to talk about it during questioning and debate, but it says unless any votes take place in the meeting. So if nobody's like, there's no voting happening, then like, obviously they're not like open to the public, if that makes sense.
Follow up, Demarla?
Yes, I don't know if that wording is right. Oh, I think someone's changing it. Okay, thank you.
Lucas, did you have a question?
It was the same statement. It was just the wording. I was pretty sure that I was supposed to say no instead of any.
All right, understood. We are now at 42 seconds on the clock. The meaning of life. Are there any objections? I'm sorry. Are there any further questions on the amendment? Hands on that. Seeing no further questions, is there a motion? Lucas?
Sorry, I just had a quick question.
You may.
So it's just kind of like about the wording as well again, because I feel like the way it's currently phrased kind of means that if it's a meeting where no votes are taking place, it like absolutely, like, because it's kind of worded in absolute right now. So all student government meetings shall be open to the public unless no votes take place, which with that current wording would mean that any meetings without votes would not be open to the public. So like if there was like a caucus meeting that didn't hold a vote, technically then by the wording, it would not be open to the public.
I would advise that we have 11 seconds left on the clock for questioning. Jason Miller, if you want, do you wish to answer the question?
Do I need to extend the time to answer the question?
That is a question to the floor. Are there any, Hamid?
Motion to extend questioning time by 2 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend questioning time by 2 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we now sit at 2 minutes, 11 seconds. Samila?
Recheck the amendment.
All right. Well, alrighty then. Are there any further questions for the amendment? All right. Sandlin?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we now have 3 minutes on the clock for debate. Lacasse and then Wanjan.
Yeah. Okay. So now that now that's been rephrased, I think it's pretty solid because like it's been stated, if there's like one-on-ones or something like that, it could be construed as like a student government meeting. But if it's like supposed to be private, confidential stuff or like personal things that people don't want shared, it would make sense to not have that open to the public because that'd be kind of awkward. So I think this is a very good amendment, and I will be in favor.
Right. Wanjan?
Just move to accept the new part as a friendly, since technically the original amendment was just striking.
All right. That motion has been made. Any objections to the floor? Seeing none, that amendment has now been seen as a friendly. Any further debate on this question? All right. Pullman?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in a period of voting. With a vote count of 34 to nil, this amendment has passed. We are still on debates. We have 9 minutes 43 seconds on the clock for debate on the bill as a whole. Give me just a minute. Sorry about that. All right, Samela.
After the amendment, I feel like it's been pretty much more transparent about what exactly it means to say open to the public. Yeah, so I'll be voting in favor.
All right. Any further debate? Costas.
May I retain?
See no further hands, you may.
I would just like to echo the sentiments of Chair Samillo. I am pleased that we made these amendments and allowed these meetings to be open to the public. I think the amendments that were made allow for some space and make a lot of sense. And with that, I'll be voting in favor. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on this on Internal Bill 5503. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedure. Right, with a vote count of 33 to nil, this bill, Internal Bill 5503, has passed on second reading, and I hereby yield the chair back to Pro Tempore DeMarla.
Thank you. So now we're at resolutions. Resolution 5506 updates the Senate Rule 7 by ELA Richmond. It's 5 to 10 to 10. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Perfect. So ELA Richmond, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
So good evening, Senate. This will be quick. So I wrote this piece of legislation after sitting in on LJR and seeing the difficulties LJR faced when seeing dean meeting excuses, along with the difficulties we saw on the floor. So this resolution just seeks to ensure this won't happen again. Establishing dean meetings are to be excused on the basis that the senator submitted tangible evidence of class work, a doctor's note, or a personal emergency conflicting with the meeting. The evidence must be tangible, giving a hard definition to prove just so there is no miscommunication. Further, I specified multiple events that would classify it as an excuse as it would hinder a senator from attending a dean meeting. LJR Chair Yalaman Shilly has sponsored this bill, agreeing that this will be a benefit to LJR. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We have now entered a period of questioning. Are there questions? I will go Senator Rose. So I'm going to pick new people first. Chair Butler, and then I'll do Chair Temple.
What constitutes a personal emergency?
So I believe that would be like a funeral. Just things that wouldn't fall under a doctor's note, but maybe even like you have a mental health emergency, because I understand that stuff happens. And maybe you don't go to the doctor, but maybe you have like some sort of tangible evidence to prove that, whether that's maybe you have a diagnosis, something like that. Did that answer your question?
So I'm guessing school like events don't count that happened before you told us about the dean meeting. Is that what you're trying to say for this?
Are you saying like, can you specify?
So basically, if I had something with an RSO that was made like plenty of time before this dean meeting and I told you about it, that wouldn't work?
You can honestly write an amendment, but I think if you made it and you put in the Google form that I can't make it on this day because I have a conflicting thing, and you sent proof before the meeting to me, Pro Temp DeMarla, and the LJR chair, like it would be okay, because that would be providing evidence before, because you knew this was going to happen. And then it wouldn't even have to go to LJR.
All right. So with the language provided, would say for example, a student has a test coming up within like a day shy of like the day after a dean meeting, and they wanted to prioritize their studies before the dean meeting itself. Under the current language here, would that student still be in Senate?
A day after the meeting?
No, as in the test is the day after the dean meeting itself.
Yeah, so let's say the dean meeting was today, October 19th, and the test is October 20th. In my opinion, I think when we sign up to take this seat as a senator, we make an obligation that we will go to the dean meetings, and it's only an hour max scheduled. So I think that we should take that time to attend the dean meeting. So right now it wouldn't, but you're free to write an amendment.
I'll go Wanjin, Vorn, and then Lacasse.
Is there a reason we need to be over legislating this and not trusting LJR to make the correct decisions on dean meeting excuses?
So the reason I thought this legislation was needed was because of what we've seen. I think it's been very hard for LJR because it's hard when it's so broad, like a case-by-case basis. It makes it to where there can be some discrepancies. So this just defines and puts hard language to it. So it's more understandable and these misunderstandings don't happen and we don't see senators lose their seats because I think that's very important.
If a student had a prior commitment, such as like an RSO or a test or something like that, given a decent amount of time, would the ELA be open to and or be responsible for reconvening with the members of that college for a different meeting time that is better for all the senators?
So I send out a Google form, so the time that we select is the time that works best. So I do try to do that, but so yes, if that answers your question, because that's what I try to do.
I yield. I don't have a question.
Then Chair Hamid. Does anybody else have any questions? Senator Wanjin. Does anybody else have a question? And Senator Rose.
Apologies, the name of the exact form eludes my mind right now. It's been a long day. But is there a reason why you didn't include that it would be excused based on the LJR's already accepted excused absences? Like there's a sheet that LJR sent out being like, here's the things that we will excuse. Is there a reason why you didn't include that in there? Or didn't just say that that is the thing?
Just because this was just so it could be like easier, like it's like a one stop, like because yes, I could say, oh, and you can find it on this document, but this way when you're reading the statutes and you're a new senator, you can just see it in a one place stop, like, oh, this is what my excuse can be.
So we already trust LJR to excuse people for regular Senate meetings and retreats that happen just as uncommonly as dean meetings. Why do dean meetings have to be so restrictive? Like, I understand that, yes, that is part of us representing our constituents, but there are so many other ways that we represent our constituents. I know plenty of people who've gone into dean meetings with no initiatives throughout my time here. So why exactly does this need to be so strict to the point where we're kicking a senator out if they have to drive to Connecticut and all of a sudden aren't able to communicate as well as they maybe should have?
That's not germane to the conversation.
So I guess to kind of answer your question, this is exactly why I wrote the legislation. I think we do need a set of rules defining, and I do disagree with your statement. I think the way we've run dean meetings this year, I've heard it's different. I wasn't a senator in past sessions. I really think that we are getting things done. With every initiative we go in, we have a proposal, we're prepared, we're actually getting things done. Faculty Senate has talked about our initiatives. I think this is a great way. It's in statutes. And this really just hammers down on why you can miss it. So hopefully no other misfortunes happen, because I think we can all agree that we don't want to see anything, any misfortunes happen again. And I think this was the best way to prevent that.
Vice Chair Duke, and then Senator Wanjin.
Hey, I have a question more so related to medical related excuses. Do you require a doctor's note? Because in my opinion, they can be kind of inaccessible to get, and like doctor's appointments can be pretty expensive.
Yeah, so no, so that's why there's tangible evidence. So if you can have like proof maybe of like a COVID test, just something tangible so we know you're not faking it, if that makes sense.
Can I direct a question to the chair?
Yes, you may.
Are we going to hide the reason this was written and consider it not germane to the conversation?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Are we going to consider the reason this was written not germane to the conversation? Because that's what I got called decorum on.
I'm going to consider what is germane to the conversation, the exact, just whatever is in that bill.
Can I follow up just briefly?
Yes, you can.
A lot of other people had proposed specific scenarios that might have been potentially not excused by this bill. Was mine not excused by was mine not germane because it was a scenario that's actually happened?
I think broad scenarios that can apply to multiple senators are fine. I'm going to be honest, I didn't hear exactly what it was, just because I was trying to just make sure, but.
Can I clarify quickly what it was?
Yes.
I referenced the reason the senator who was dismissed because of a dean meeting. And I specifically asked about why we need to over legislate basically so that his is not relevant.
Okay, I think I'm going to yield to the Sergeant at Arms just because they've had a lot more discussions with Sierra, who usually establishes a decorum as chair.
I specifically stated because bills aren't written for scenarios. They're written like the quoting a specific scenario really isn't needed. The reason germane is to what is in the conversation of the bill. There is no reference to a trip to this. There was no reason for that. She specifically has stated already that like what it's for and what has been stated in the bill is only germane to that. That's why I say that, not just like we're not referencing certain things. We speak what is only written in that bill. The bill wasn't written for the Connecticut, whatever reason you stated. It's written for specifically what is in the bill.
Does that help? Is this
a
a
different
follow-up question? Do you mind if I know I saw a few hands. Who raised their hands previously? Also, we have 7 seconds if someone wants to extend that. Chair Temple.
Move to extend by 5 minutes.
There's a motion to extend by 5 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we have 5 more minutes. Who raised their hand? Chair Temple, Senator Donahue. Oh, okay, and then Senator Wanjin.
So to kind of bounce off of Vice Chair Duke's example of, say, medical emergencies, what happens in the event that there is no tangible proof of it? So say, for example, if somebody has a headache or they have a mental breakdown at some point before the dean meeting itself, how would you be able to prove such events?
So that would go under personal emergency. So a migraine, that's a doctor's note. And if you can't get a doctor's note, I know I have migraines, and I have a doctor who has just like overbroadly like diagnosed me. Oh.
Is this a follow-up question? You may.
But what happens in the event that you do have, say, you do develop a migraine 1 hour before the dean meeting itself, or a panic attack 1 hour before the dean meeting itself. Like, I understand that is a very specific situation, but that's that actual debate. But that's kind of where I'm getting at with this questioning, with this line of questioning.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. And I think that just goes into communication. Can I ask a question to Temple?
You may.
So are you saying like maybe they get a panic attack from the dean meeting or just in general?
Just in general, for the sake of questioning and argumentation.
Okay. So yeah, I think that would definitely, so when you get panic attacks, usually it's because you have a disorder, and usually you're diagnosed. And so I think you can usually have that. But honestly, I think tangible evidence, I mean, at the end of the day, that is tangible evidence would have to be seen by LJR. So that would kind of be precedent of LJR. But I believe that could be prior diagnosis, prior documentation of this happening in the past, if that makes sense.
This might be personal or germane, but I also have really severe migraines and I've been diagnosed with some other issues. It took me over a decade to get those diagnoses in writing. And there were plenty of times in which I faced issues. Yeah, this is a question. Facing these sort of issues, but there was no ability to be documented. How then would you treat those situations? Because it's not a personal emergency, it is a medical situation. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like those kinds of instances would almost be brushed off by this bill. And I feel like that, I'm forgetting the exact issue it falls under, but how would this be incorporated into disabilities that people haven't been able to have diagnosed?
Yeah, so that definitely was not ever my intention. So I'm sorry that that's what it came off, but definitely not. So I would be open to writing a and maybe something about in personal emergencies going into a medical emergency. But I do think just because sadly there are people who will abuse it, I do think it is important to have that tangible evidence. I think it's a hard topic because you need evidence because people will abuse it, but there's also people who won't abuse it but just won't have access. So it's really hard. I'm sorry.
You may.
In this situation, then how would you need tangible evidence of a panic attack? How would you get that tangible evidence if you can't have that diagnosis in writing? I'm trying to figure out how you would want to have that evidence right now because it feels like an equity issue.
30 seconds if someone wants to extend the time. Chair Temple.
Move to extend by 7 minutes.
There's a motion to extend questioning time by 7 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we have 7 moments.
Oh, so I think I'm writing an amendment right now to put in about, because panic attacks go into mental health, so maybe a mental health issue, but I do think it would have to be communicated to the ELA maybe at least an hour before, just so they're able to adapt to the changes too.
Wanjin will go. Oh, okay. Then I'll Chair Campbell. Who else is raising their hand? Chair Hamid. Who else? Okay, no one else. Just those two.
Alrighty. I'm gonna wait till that's done. My thing isn't a question as more it is a pertinent piece of information regarding the debate that regarding the questions that are going on. My thing isn't a question as more as it is a pertinent piece of information regarding the questions going on right now about tangible evidence.
We can say that for debate.
I would rather say it now. It's pressing.
You can do a point of information. It has to be a
Yes.
clarifying thing. You can't.
Yes,
say,
no, it is a point of information thing.
Okay. Point of
Asking for tangible evidence because we are not, well, we are part of the university because we are not part of the education system in the university, and because we are not part of a medical environment, asking for tangible evidence can start to run amok of both HIPAA and ADA. In these types of environments, we cannot ask for tangible evidence or ask diagnoses. That is straight up not allowed.
I don't think any statute can violate that.
The tangible evidence that that ELA Richmond is mentioning can run amok of that.
I mean, just overall, like nothing can prioritize your freedom for anything. Like no legislation you do can violate that. I just want to make sure that you feel safe in that. Who else had questions? Senator Hamid.
This is directed to anyone who could answer it. I added an amendment stating about the personal emergency to be communicated to the ELA a maximum of 10 academic days past the dean meeting with or without the need of tangible evidence. If anyone could answer, does that comply with any law that would apply to that? Or is that amicable to anyone who had concerns about that?
Does one of the individuals raising their hand want to answer that? Okay, so point if you want to ask that question and aim it for one of these senators. I'll see that.
Like, can I direct it to a specific person?
Direct it to an individual.
Can I direct it to Chair Campbell?
You may.
Can you read the text of your amendment just out loud?
Of course. Someone added something else to it, so I'll read it in full. It says, or a personal emergency, including a medical emergency, communicate to the ELA a maximum of 10 academic days past the dean meeting with or without the need of tangible evidence.
I don't believe that would run amok. You cannot ask for you cannot ask for evidence, you cannot ask for a diagnosis. You can provide it willingly, but you cannot be asked for. It cannot be implied to be asked for either.
So could I just delete the with and it would be fine? Okay.
I believe so.
Senator Donahue, and is there any other questions?
So furthering this, under section 12101, findings and purpose of the ADA, portions of it do directly discuss communication barriers, and some of this would pose a communication barrier of insisting that it must be provided an hour before the dean meeting or to the 10 days after, depending on how severe the incident is, that could then lead to the inability to respond in that first hour. I know I've never had a timeline for panic attacks. So how would you respond to that? And again, sorry, I'm pulling up the ADA.
I'll just do a point of information. Just keep in mind this legislation is not just for the previous ELA, it'll just be for everyone in general going forward. So this ELA might have a different answer than the next.
Yes, that's why I want to clarify these in general now before we set any of this into precedent.
What was the question?
Portions of the ADA directly discuss communications and barriers surrounding communications that might be discriminatory against people with disabilities or pre-existing conditions. Having certain rules in place about having it mandated an hour before the dean meeting if you're suffering from something like a mental health crisis. How would you move around that?
Yeah, I put in 10 days.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Are there any questions or a motion? Chair Hamid.
I have a question to direct towards Senator Donahue.
You may.
With the amendment that I created, with it including the timeline of a maximum of 10 academic days, would that conflict with anything that you just said?
I don't believe it would. I mean, it could, depending on the severity of a breakdown or situation, medical emergency. But I also think that if somebody went into the hospital or a coma, I feel like that would then become a different circumstance, I should hope.
Are there any other questions or a motion? Chair Warren.
This is a question for Eli Richmond. Would the written communication of the reason, not just particularly why they can't attend the dean meeting, but just sort of give like a I'm having a personal emergency, be tangible enough?
Yeah. I would say, so, especially like if it was before the meeting, just out of courtesy. But I think one of the amendments is 10 academic days after. But yeah, because at the end of the day, like I don't know all your business. We all have our personal lives. We all have stuff going on, and we don't all want to share that. We all want to like keep our like best front going. So I don't want to like force you to tell me. So just being as broad as possible.
I'll do Senator Wanjin and then Chair Bourne.
Is we all have our own lives not the perfect reason why LJR should
Sorry,
be,
not to interrupt. We have 8 seconds. If you
should
want
be
someone
doing
to
this on a
stand up.
case-by-case basis?
We ran out of time. Is there a motion to extend it? Senator Donahue.
Motion to extend by 3 to 5 minutes.
Pick a bell.
5 minutes.
Thank you. There's a motion to extend by 5 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you guys have 5 more minutes.
I do not think so. I think this is broad and it gives many it's broad, but it's not at the same time. It gives many categories of where it can fall into, while also giving a lot of accessibility to these resources. And I think this will be very helpful to LJR and future ELAs and myself right now moving forward.
I will see Senator Donahue. Oh, sorry. Get your hand up first. Chair Bourne and then Senator Donahue.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I understand your answer to my question earlier. So just communicating with you that a personal and or medical emergency, just saying that alone would be tangible enough for you to excuse that response.
Yes.
Additionally, on the subject, how would we then be collecting and processing this information? Because again, part of the American with Disabilities Act states that information obtained regarding medical condition or history of the applicant or individual is collected and must be maintained on separate forms and in separate medical files and is treated as confidential medical record. Considering that we have discussed in the past about having it be available for public record for meetings, how would we make sure that this individual information is protected under HIPAA guidelines and the ADA?
Under my current understanding, so it was on a case-by-case basis, so you would already have to kind of disclose what was going on. So like that aspect isn't really changing, but do you know of any way we could make it more accessible? Because I'm just like asking that you let me know that like something's going on. Yeah.
Point of information.
I just wanted to add it on to what you were mentioning about like student records. Because we are an institution, we also fall under FERPA, which is student records with education. So I think it's under Sunshine Law too, like those records, like we were mentioning, because it's under FERPA, certain records and like behavioral or accusation, like Title IX allows is that doesn't go public. So in scenarios like if a medical thing would not, like under law, we'd have to respect that and it would not be public. I just want to say that. Good.
And then Chair Campbell, is there any other questions?
Just reiterating the earlier point of information, under ADA and under HIPAA, we can't ask for that information. We're not one of, we are considered part of the education, we are considered part of a university, and universities are privy to ask in certain spaces for certain medical information. We are not allowed as student government. We do not have that same leeway. We don't have the same leeway as SAS. We don't have the same leeway as professors. So we cannot ask for that medical information.
Okay, are there any other questions? Senator LeCap.
It was a motion. I just didn't see any other hands.
Is that a motion?
It was, but I think I see other hands for questions, so I would withdraw that motion.
Is there any other questions? Oh, sorry, Senator Donahue.
This is a point of information. I'm pulling up the exact section. What Senator or Chair Campbell is referencing is under section 1112 under discrimination, section I believe D4 covered under A through C.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Oh, is that a question? Okay, it's a motion. I'll see you, Chair Similo.
Motion to move to debate.
There's a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in, oh my God, wow. We'll do Vice Chair Sandlin and then Senator Lacasse and then Chair Temple.
I just want to say, as someone that is in LJR, this bill would help us greatly, since there was a lot of confusion when it came to the dean meeting requests in specific, because we didn't have the proper we didn't feel like we had the proper outline for what to do, and I feel like this would give us that structure that we need to adequately judge dean meeting absence requests, and so I will be voting in favor.
So I just want to start this off by saying I am vehemently opposed to this resolution. First, just to go in order of what I have listed, I find it very disrespectful to require tangible evidence of, for example, a death in the family. That is a period of mourning, to require evidence of such, because it may be different family to family, whether there is an obituary, whether there is a casket. At that point, are we looking for like a photo of the body? I feel like that is a ridiculous point to enforce, that we need tangible evidence of such a traumatic incident for that individual. Secondly, diagnosis of any illness is not possible for everyone, for example, due to cost. To say that it is required that we have a doctor's note requires us to have access to a doctor, which is not something that is possible for all of us. The system we live in does not provide that for us. And to say that, well, some people are going to abuse it is essentially tantamount to collective punishment to those who suffer these issues because of a small minority who don't suffer these issues. And not all illnesses are test worthy. An example that had been brought up was migraines, for example. Another such thing I can think of is severe period cramps. Like, to include that as, what tangible evidence are we looking for there? It's ridiculous. And to say it has to be more than an hour before. So I guess, bad luck if it's 30 minutes before that you feel those cramps or have an anxiety attack or anything of the such. And based on student input and including a banner we have in the SG office, mental health has been noted as the top issue of concern. Anxiety is not limited to, more than an hour before during a situation. It can happen 5 minutes beforehand. And to say that there needs to be tangible evidence is ridiculous. I know people who suffer mental illness who have not had diagnoses. Do we want proof of self-harm scars? What is the tangible evidence that we're looking for there? And considering these amendments, of course, that have been noted to adjust this, what is the point of this resolution? All these amendments basically make it a case-by-case basis. There is no need to have this if essentially we're going to tear it down and turn it into what the statutes already said. We can trust LJR to make these decisions, and we should not disrespect the privacy of these students and make it seem like these issues can just be easily resolved, that we can easily have evidence of them. I yield my time.
I didn't say it during that, but I completely understand I completely understand where you're coming from. This is just more on the side, there are certain things that you said that I'm going to say this because it makes certain people in the room uncomfortable. I completely understand where you were going for with that conversation, but certain mentions of that could potentially be problems to certain senators in the room. Again, completely understand where you're coming from, but for certain topics, there's certain things you cannot mention with respect to certain senators' boundaries. Another thing, I'm saying this more you have the right to say what you want to say, but again, don't do I would say do not raise your voice, and I get you're passionate, but the way that certain people use their tone towards certain senators when they're proposing a bill, I'm hoping, I don't think this was an intent to disregard the respects and boundaries of certain senators from Eli Richmond, but sometimes we as senators like have to respect that, like, you know, and the way that we speak towards these senators. And I completely understand where you're coming from, but certain times, certain tone and certain volume could be a problem towards these senators. I'm just saying this as a point of information towards you.
You may.
Yeah, I just want to clarify like my statements, and I apologies if my tone seemed disrespectful. It's not meant to like raise my voice or be directed towards any specific senators, and I do apologize. I do know some of the things I brought up are very triggering, but I think that calls to the point of the reality of the subject. But again, I do apologize to those who suffer these issues and may have felt triggered by the discussion of those topics.
Senator, as before, Senator Donahue and Chair Templestowe.
Right. So I will concur. Oh, my apologies. My apologies.
I am also in opposition to this bill, as I feel like there are a couple of issues that have not fully yet been resolved to make sure that it is in line with different legal documents such as the ADA. I also feel like it is problematic considering it did take me 10 years to get a medical diagnosis for migraines that I have been suffering my entire life. Other people aren't even fortunate to get it after that decade. And furthermore, this does feel like it circumvents LJR, and it boils down to we're saying that it's no longer going to be a case-by-case basis by turning it into it's going to be a case-by-case basis, all while saying some things that do kind of make me a little bit uncomfortable with how it's being handled.
Chair Temple.
Right. So I will concur with the prior speakers on this matter. I will be opposing this legislation. And it's more so on the broader scheme of what the implications of this resolution could perspire, because legislation in general and regulations created by any institutional body, be it a student government or an actual level of government, local, state, or federal, they are intentionally worded vague for a reason. And that is to accommodate for any potential gray areas that don't necessarily fit into neat compiled sections. And I completely understand the purpose of this resolution here. It is just to the point that was made already. It's already saying so many additional words that 3 have already been able to do, and they have already been in statutes for a lot longer than this. And this resolution has already been in the floor. And again, I completely understand the nature of it. It's just we have to be very careful when implementing these sorts of things. Otherwise, things will get missed. For example, individuals who have migraines will be dismissed because they got a migraine an hour before a meeting, before a dean meeting, or or an RSO suddenly calls you up and you have no time to respond to that, or you have to tend to your duties as a student in order to not only perform to the best of your abilities for your future career, but to also stay within this body as a whole. I brought up the point of missing a dean meeting because of study was because I was that very person who had issued that exact excuse because I wanted to focus my priorities as that of a student. But under the original language of this bill, and I'm fairly certain even with the amendments added, I would be dismissed and I would not be here because I was tending to my duties as a student. And I don't think that's necessarily fair to dismiss a student for wanting to do well, especially considering that they need to maintain a minimum GPA in order to stay in this body to begin with. So the broader scheme of things is there's a lot of things that can happen, and that's the reason why LJR had this broad latitude to begin with. It is to accommodate for those very distinct, very difficult circumstances that cannot be easily boiled down to in a note or in a picture. And that is kind of the summation as to why I will be opposing this resolution, and I would encourage the floor to do the same as well.
Senator Costas.
Okay, this took a lot longer than I thought for this bill, but I think this bill brings up something that is important to discuss in terms of how the bill is approaching this issue and how I'm going to be voting on it. I am leaning towards voting against this bill, but I do think it does, again, warrant a discussion. For example, I think out of the 4 dean meetings that have been scheduled during my tenure in the Student Body Senate, 3 out of the 4 meetings, the dean didn't even show up. There was even one time I was supposed to travel out of town, and I was told that I'd be dismissed from Senate if I don't go to the dean meeting, and I can't go on Zoom because there was no Zoom option. And when I go to that dean meeting, the dean's not even there, and I was told that there was an option for Zoom. And so it messed a lot of things up. During that weekend for me, I had important obligations to attend to, and I didn't want to be dismissed from Senate. Overall, this bill has some issues. I think it could be revised and something different could be in place that allows for maybe more flexible / lenient excuse policies for missing a dean meeting, or maybe even not having someone be removed from Senate for missing that dean meeting, especially if the dean isn't even going to be there.
I've heard 3 speeches in negation. Are there any that want to speak in whatever the opposite is? Affirmation. And then Ile Pullman.
So I'm going to concur with Sandlin on this. As someone who sits on the LJR committee, there were discrepancies within dean meeting absences specifically. And
I apologize. We have run out of time. Is there a motion to extend the time? Chair Hamid.
Motion to extend the time by 3 minutes.
There's a motion to extend the time by 3 minutes. Are there objections? Seeing none, we have 3 more minutes.
The resolution does fall in line with how we go about making decisions in LJR with the given amendments to this resolution, as we did go by a case-by-case basis beforehand, and it ended up raising questions in Senate, and it actually caused more work for the ELA and the chair of LJR.
I'll take any question, or any debate. I'm sorry. Chair Hamid, Vice Chair Polera. It can mean affirmation or negation. I know there's some people, and then Senator Wanjin.
Due to the nature of the debate, with concerns on both sides of just like, this is a little bit of a concerning thing. Can we make a motion to postpone this for more research to be done to implement this later?
Is that a motion itself?
Yes, motion to postpone this till next meeting.
Okay, there's a motion to postpone this bill. Are there any objections? Senator Wan objects. Do you withdraw your motion?
I withdraw.
Senator Wanjin?
Can I make a motion to postpone it indefinitely so that we can bring it back when it actually has been revised, rather than waiting until next week if it's not going to be?
There's a motion to postpone this bill indefinitely. Are there any objections? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, you can ask.
What's the procedure for bringing it back if it's postponed indefinitely? Is it just brought back and proposed again, like normal?
It's just like another not fiscal bill. I'm sorry. It's another resolution.
Okay.
Yeah, you can elaborate more.
Basically, just once it's at the point where the introducer wants to bring it back, they motion to put it back, or the speaker has the ability to just put it on the agenda as well.
So continuing with the original motion to postpone indefinitely, are there any objections? Seeing none, this bill is postponed indefinitely. Or, yeah. And with that, we see Proclamation 5507, proclamation recognizing the days of November 1st and 2nd as, I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce this, Dia de los Muertos, right? Sorry. From Land Hispanic Caucus, it's 5 minutes. So you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Can you go to the forward?
Okay. And then whenever you're ready.
Give me a second.
I just want to do a disclaimer. I know y'all be seeing me push these proclamations through, and I know y'all be annoyed at me about like this stuff, but like I know SBA be mad at me for like adopting all the time. But trust me, I had like a good idea about putting this in the proper way. But we have no meeting next week, so all right, let me start. Today I stand before you to discuss the importance of passing this proclamation that recognizes and celebrates Dia de los Muertos, or the Day of the Dead. This is an important step towards fostering diversity and inclusion on our campus and embracing the rich cultural tapestry that defines our community. Dia de los Muertos is a vibrant and deeply meaningful holiday celebrated not only in Mexico, but also in various other countries, including parts of Latin America and the United States. This holiday honors and remembers loved ones who have passed away and combines indigenous Aztec beliefs with Catholicism, resulting in a beautiful and colorful tradition. By passing this proclamation, we send a powerful message to our community and beyond. We acknowledge that our university is a place where different cultures and traditions are not just respected, but celebrated. Recognizing Dia de los Muertos is a way of saying that we value the diverse backgrounds and experiences of our students, faculty, and staff. One of the key aspects of Dia de los Muertos is the creation of ofrendas, or altars, which are adorned with marigolds, sugar skulls, candles, and other favorite foods and beverages of the departed. These ofrendas are a way to welcome the spirits of loved ones back to the world of the living and celebrate their memory. By recognizing this tradition, we embrace the idea that our departed loved ones are still a part of our lives and should be remembered with joy. Additionally, this proclamation promotes a cultural understanding and education. It's an opportunity to engage in dialogue about the significance of Dia de los Muertos and its profound impact on various communities around the world. By doing so, we not only embrace our own knowledge, but also encourage others to learn and appreciate the cultural diversity that makes UCF a unique and enriching place to study and work. One of the main initiatives I want to see from this proclamation is the increased representation of Central and South American countries within the Latin and Hispanic community. Even though we may have a larger demographic of a select group within the Latin and Hispanic community, all groups should be equally represented. In conclusion, by passing this proclamation to recognize it, we take a significant step toward promoting cultural diversity, inclusion, and an education on our campus. We send a message that we value the unique traditions and experience of all our community members and that we stand together in unity. Let us embrace this opportunity to create a more inclusive and vibrant campus, and let us come together to support this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have now moved to questioning. You have 10 minutes for questions. Does anybody have any? Chair Warren.
This is a question for the pro temp. As a sponsor of this bill, would I have to abstain?
Chair Samilla.
I was gonna make a motion, but okay. Motion to move to debate.
There's a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. I'll do Chair Temple, Senator Lagas, and then Chair Hamid.
So first off, Jada Garrett, do not apologize that you're putting out these proclamations at a dizzying pace. Like, this is fantastic work that you're doing here. And it's especially so because I am a huge sucker for proclamations that are celebrating a culture of communities, because I used to do this when I first came into Senate as well. So and furthermore, the celebration of Dia de los Muertos is incredibly important because it is a vital element of culture, not only for Latin and Hispanic communities as well, but also for countries that have been impacted by the Spanish culture as well, including states like the Philippines. So I just really enjoy seeing these sorts of bills being pushed out. That's not the right term, but you know what I mean. I will be emphatically supporting this resolution and proclamation. Sorry, I encourage you all to do the same as well.
Yeah, kind of echoing the statements of Chair Temple. I mean, the fact that we are a Hispanic serving institution, I think, serves well as to why we should support this proclamation. I'm not going to, I feel like I say it right, but I'm not going to say it just because I don't want to butcher it. But essentially, I feel like this is a holiday that goes unrepresented essentially in what we kind of recognize. I feel like the most people really recognize it is if you say, it's that holiday from Coco. But I feel like, as a Hispanic serving institution, we have a duty to our Hispanic students to recognize this holiday as it is so vital. And I will be in favor.
Are there any, is there more debate? You're going to have to remind me of your last name. I know it's two parts. So I don't know which one you go by.
Just say Torres.
Torres, okay. Sorry, Senator Torres. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm so sorry. Chair Hamid was supposed to go first. You can go after, Chair Hamid.
Okay, I see myself being silenced. Anyway, so as you all can see by committee action, this was passed 8-0 to 2. The only two abstentions were me and Vice Chair Vasquez because we are sponsoring the bill. That is because we both see that this bill is so amazingly written. Chair DeCara has basically become a master at writing proclamations. If y'all haven't seen, this man has written the past like 5-ish proclamations, I think. Also, as Chair Temple said, never apologize for making proclamations. Like, even though I am a little silly when you tell me to caucus almost every meeting, I do really like to see the work that you're doing. I think that it's really important, the work that you're putting out, especially seeing how well researched you make them. I believe that, especially like looking into all the details that you add about like the histories of this holiday in so many different places, it's really amazing to see. And I urge everyone else to vote in favor for this.
Senator Torres now.
As a Central American student, the fact that this proclamation like recognizes Central American countries and other countries that are underrepresented on this campus, I think that it makes me ecstatic that there is so much put together to write this proclamation. So I will be voting in favor, and I hope all of you do too.
Is there any other debate? Chair Samila?
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting. With a vote count of 31-0 to 1, this proclamation passes. So now we're in Senate Forum. Carlos.
I know I should probably put my last name, but yeah. Hello, Senate. I just wanted to share with you all that my RSO, Society of Optic Students, is having a partial proceeds this Saturday, 12 a.m. to 12 p.m., pretty much all day, at Menchie's in the Plaza University, where the Blaze Pizza and the Insomnia is at. Please, if you can, come out to it. Treat yourself after or before midterms or any kind of upcoming projects you got going on, like senior design. I know I am. So yeah, the flyer for this is also in the Teams chat. Thank you.
Oh, Karingle. Oh, sorry, Temple. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Man, you really don't want to hear history facts. I see how it is. I'm messing with you. All right. Good evening, folks. In 202 BCE, the Roman legions, led by one Publius Cornelius Scipio of like 10 different kinds, defeated the great Punic general Hannibal Barca at the decisive Battle of Zama, which would mark the end of the Second Punic War and effectively end Carthaginian, otherwise known as Punic, dominance of the Mediterranean, and sow the seeds for the fall of Carthage, which was around 1,000 years old at the time, and the rise of Rome as a true hegemon of the Mediterranean, and the rise of Scipio, immortalized as Scipio Africanus. It would also signify the around the time of the downfall of the Roman Republic too, but that's a whole different can of worms.
Thank you. I appreciated the fact. Karingle.
Sorry, the link's broken again, but the ASB agenda, I'll try to link it again. Super cool stuff, guys. Please read the agenda. It has a lot of cool announcements from the activity and department boards, and yeah, that's it.
Carter. Oh, okay. Well, I read her thing and I agree. So I'll have a conversation to follow up on it. Mittal.
Yeah, so shameless plug. My RSO is hosting a Midnight 3K, which we also shamelessly stole from the RWC. But it's like a $5 donation to run, and then you can just come and support if you don't want to pay or whatever. But basically, we have this like little fundraiser we do. This year's theme is Ignite the Light, which when our club goes to Peru in May, we're using the proceeds for this to buy school supplies, and we're actually delivering it there, also building schools, also running mobile clinics for rural Peru and indigenous populations there. So yeah, pretty cool. If you guys want to come and support, that would be lit.
I'll go with Takira first because you don't listen, then I'll go back to you.
Now, especially after like the internal bill going through, I do plan on working with Speaker Holmes regarding the expectations of decorum set by her and the Roberts Rules application. You know, the understanding of Roberts Rules both in the chamber and in meetings.
Yeah, this is a question to Mital.
You may.
Where do we sign up for this?
I'll link the flyer. I was a bit lazy to do that, but I'll do that now actually.
Senator Wanjin.
If anyone is interested in volunteering over the first week of winter break, alternative break program will be going to Vero Beach for one of our trips and New Orleans for our other, where you can do fun volunteer work, and it's $150 for food, transportation, and lodging. So if you are interested, come talk to me after.
Senator Lacasse.
Yeah, so this is just on the topic of the Sergeant at Arms bill. One, shout out again to Pro Temp DeMarla. I know it's not easy having to, whenever there's a controversial like bill or whatever, like it's always, tough, but you really like fought through it. You took in a lot of like criticism and adjusted it and like really worked to make it like the best you could with like the intent that was behind the initial bill. So I want to thank you for that, for like really taking those criticisms and adjusting it like that. That it means a lot. That takes a lot. And then as far as like future legislation around it, just because the topic got brought up, I feel like having a confirmation process, again, based on the precedent that we've researched that got brought up, would be solid. I don't think there's much concern about whether it would conflict with what's already existing. The confirmation statements were kind of like that were proposed were copied from other confirmations. And I know there was concern about like, having like AG Moore review it, but concerning this precedent, I don't think there's much concern. My one concern is also, I don't believe she would. I believe in her being, unbiased in her evaluations, but she stated a very strong opinion on it. So that was my one concern I wanted to raise, that having her review it might lead to a tinge of that. But again, I believe in her ability to be unbiased, and I want to make that an attack against her. But again, I would appreciate, anyone who brings forth that legislation. I'd be happy to co-sponsor. I feel like that'd be a solid addition. Yeah.
Yeah, just to add on, if like any new senator wants to make it and talk to me about it, like I'm more than happy to help. I saw a hand raise. Eli Richmond.
I first wanted to apologize to anyone if you felt undermined by me regarding mental health or migraines. That was never and will never be something I intend to do. I'll rework the wording to better account for your concerns because they are valid, and I do definitely understand where you're coming from. But I do feel that the resolution would be beneficial to LJR, and I will continue to advocate for mental health awareness, and hope you all know me enough to know that I would never undermine anyone's mental health intentionally. And if you have any other concerns, please let me know.
Senator Wanda.
Just for Lacasse and anyone else who is interested, I have a piece of legislation written that's literally exactly what I put on the bill. For anyone who doesn't know me, I write legislation very quickly if it's a statute update. So yeah, if anyone has suggestions for it, I did technically already submit it, but I am happy to change if people have suggestions.
Is there anyone else for Senate Forum? Seeing none, we are at Senate deliberations. I know it's a 20-minute period, so I'm assuming we can't even get to it. But if someone does want to do Senate deliberations, we can. Seeing none, advisors report. Brody, which is not Brody today.
I put in for Brody that I am Neda and Maddie today, and Maddie said, "Mwahahaha." So any questions for Brody? My turn. Okay, great work in Senate, everyone. I'm very proud of all of the work y'all did. This is just a reminder to please be kind to one another. I feel like, us in the chambers, we're like a family. You know, sometimes there's a little bickering here and there, but just like, you know, always remember to just like be nice to one another, because like the things that you say in the chambers don't just like stop once you leave the doors. Like people can like think about these things and they can like keep it with them. So just like try and choose your words nicely and just be nice to everybody. And if any of you need to talk, like I know that none of you ever have ill intentions to say anything. So yeah, we are here to serve the student body, advocate for them. We're just one humongous SBA if you think about it. So just like try and keep that in mind. The movie night on Monday, oh my gosh, so good. Shout out to Kylie for helping me out while I went and like heated up the popcorn and stuff. So thank you to everyone who was able to make it. There were some like snacks left over in the office. They're like good packaged snacks. Like go ahead, eat them. For the November events, we have bracelet making on November 6th. I think and election day is November 7th. So then I was thinking, you know how like at the Taylor Swift concert, everybody made like friendship bracelets and like exchanged them. Y'all can go to the polls on campus and like exchange friendship bracelets. It will be so fun. And then we also have how to set up like a LinkedIn account with career services. And yeah, I'll email that out. Maddie gave me the courage to put this in my announcements about rally for Palestine tomorrow at City Hall at 3:30. For those of you who don't know, I'm half Indian and half Palestinian. So this does like hit very close to home for me. So I thought like, you know, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask. What is this? But yeah, if any of you want to have a one-on-one with me, I'm still an impartial advisor. No matter what, I just wanted to include the flyer in there, but I'm very impartial when it comes to anything Senate related. If y'all want to talk to me, I am here for anything, you know, Senate, school related and whatnot. And any questions for me? Or let's do questions at the end. Maddie?
Yeah. Netta is such an amazing person to talk to, and you can really learn a lot from Netta. So I think it's really important with what's going on right now, political climate, and there can be so much craziness in the news. Like it's important to just talk to a person face to face. So Netta is a great person to talk to if you're ever confused about what's going on right now. My announcements. I went through Night Connect for you all again, and I found some really fun things. So Hike for Backyard Biodiversity Day, that's in the Arboretum. Red Cross is going to Sanford and installing smoke detectors, so you can volunteer with that. That sounds really fun. Farm and garden volunteering, I might do that. Get a little pilgrim going. Green Assembly with Exec and Arboretum, so that's actually here. And the Exec board is going to be here, so not too far from home. Night's Got Talent next week. Or on Monday. I don't know if you guys know Sage from Judicial last year, but he's going to be performing his first original song. So go out, show him some support. He's a really great guy. Chico Bean Comedy Night, and then Rico Nasty Concert Night. And with that, we haven't said anything, but there will be no Senate next week. So do not come here. That would be really so lame for you because I will not be here. And then I also put in some little Palestinian cats. I think they're AI generated, but they are so cute. Okay, I'm done. Bye.
I think Senator Costas has a question.
It wasn't a question. I just wanted to really highlight what Netta sent in here, and I'm very happy that Maddie prompted you to send that out. I went to a rally for Palestine in downtown Orlando last week. It was probably the biggest protest I've ever been a part of. There are people in the Middle East that really need our help and our recognition. A lot of civilians that are being impacted on each side. And it's important that we especially stand with the Palestinians with the siege that they're undergoing. And so definitely recommend that you all can go if you can make the time. And thank you for saying that, Netta.
Are there any other questions for advisors? If not, we're in miscellaneous business. 1 second, let me add Senator Wanjan's committees to here. Guys, okay. Netta, if you can confirm LGRs and appointments, not elections. Thank you. So in miscellaneous business, elections, we have, is there a motion to open nominations for ORS? Is there a motion for Senator Wanjin to be a part of ORS? Can we, huh? Oh, yay or nay? Sorry. Is there a motion to close nominations? Is there a motion to appoint Wanjin to LGR, yay or nay? Thank you guys. Oh, okay, it is flipped. Sorry guys, I'm so tired. My brain's dead. We can redo it. ORS, is there a motion to appoint Wanjin to LJR? ORS. Wait, what's going on? The agenda's crazy, is freaking me out. Okay. To appoint Wanjin to ORS. Yay, I did it. Thank you for bearing with me. Resignations. There's no one resigning, so we'll go to Damala Strip Down. First place goes to Sandlin. What a way to go out. Give us a twirl of your outfit. Are you gonna give us a twirl? Second place, Butler. The outfit looks so good. You wanna give us a twirl? Third place, I'm gonna give it to Austin because it has the matching. He has a matching suitcase too with it, which is kind of and the backpack. Looks great. And for my honorable mentions, Haley has such a good outfit. So does Andrea and Laurel. So if they all want to give a spin. Spin. And with that. Oh my God. Okay, cheers, Samilo.
Before I adjourn, I also wanted to honorably mention the socks that match the suit. With that, motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
I actually will not see that. I'll go back to the resignations. I'll see a motion to go back to resignations. I actually didn't read Sandlin and I forgot. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Resignations, Sandlin. Sadly.
I object.
Is there a motion, Chair Temple?
Move to adjourn pending final roll
There's a
call.
motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, take it away.
Actually, I had a statement that I wanted to say.
Oh,
Yeah, I was to say you.
oh, okay.
All right. Hello, Senate. Before I say anything else, I just want to express how grateful I am to have been a member of this body. I arrived on campus in January of this year, largely unsure of where or how to find my footing here. I felt a sense of paralysis trying to find where to go to discover my place on campus, and I began to wonder if I even had one. I then made the risky decision to run for the Senate in an attempt to see if that maybe was my calling here. Being quite definitionally a complete unknown, I knew the road ahead would be tough. Though I did manage to pull it off, I will say having no opponents did help a lot. Ever since arriving here, I've been in constant shock and awe of the sheer dedication and talent I see from the people in this chamber every day. You're all such an inspiration to me. Y'all never fail to blow me away. With your passion, intelligence, and impeccable work ethic, I know you'll all make incredible future leaders. And I know that because y'all are all amazing right now leaders. You guys showed me what it means to be a public servant and advocate for those you represent. And more than that, you showed me that I do have a place here on campus. I know you will all do amazing things, and I'm honored to have worked alongside each and every one of you. I want to make it known that though I did make the choice to resign, it was not an easy decision to make. It is hard saying goodbye to serving the College of Sciences in such an amazing university. It's hard saying goodbye to working with such an exceptional group of inspiring young leaders. It's hard saying goodbye to what is objectively the best seat in the entire chamber. But to quote A.A. Milne, how lucky I am to have something that makes saying goodbye so hard. Thank you. Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, take it away.
Vice Chair Lazo. Senator Herrera.
Here.
Senator Trainer.
Here.
Senator Nava-Cruzat. Chair Kana. D-Leg Morissette. Chair Temple.
Good evening.
Chair Vaughan.
Present.
Senator Polera.
Present.
Vice Chair Karingal.
Present.
Chair Daedalus.
Present.
Chair DeCara.
Present.
Chair Butler.
Present.
Chair Campbell.
Alive.
Senator Conti.
Present.
Senator Lazier.
Present.
Vice Chair Fintel.
Present.
Chair Hamid.
Present, and I will miss you.
Senator Rose.
Present.
Senator Whitson. Senator Yera. Senator Quiroga. Chair Carter. Senator Wanjin. Did I say that right?
Yes, actually.
Chair Samelo.
Present.
Senator Hamayoun.
Present.
Senator Nadella.
Present.
Chair Patel.
Here.
Chair Yalamanchili. Senator Luthra. Senator Acosta.
Present.
Chair Borges.
Here.
Senator Hashmi.
Present.
Vice Chair Duke.
Here.
Senator Torres Disqua.
Present.
Speaker Holmes. Senator Donahue.
Present.
Senator Costas.
Here.
Senator Lacasse.
Here, and thank you for the ticket, Ben.
No problem. Vice Chair Polera.
Present.
Senator Federico.
Present.
ILA Pullman.
Present.
ELA Richmond.
Present.
I'm present. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Present.
Senator Rivera. Pro Temp DeMarla.
Here.
Deeser Matal.
Present.
With a count of 36 out of 48, quorum is verified.
Adjourn at 11:54 p.m. Well, I'm about to skip too.